Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 9th of May, 2023. Once again, we gather together to reconcile and respect the past, provide for the present, and plan for the future, all while considering the best interests of Clearwater County. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. I'd also like to mention before we start going is that our hearts and prayers are with the thousands of people who have been displaced through the wildfires throughout the province. And I'd also like to give a special shout out and thanks to our crews and our staff for manning our EEC over the last number of days to deal with the local emergencies that we've had. So again, thanks to everybody there, and our hearts and prayers are with everybody affected by this. There is an agenda before us. Would there be any errors, any additions or deletions to that agenda? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion to adopt. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Also, the minutes from the regular council meeting of the 25th of April, 2023 have been circulated. Would there be any errors or omissions to note? If not, I would look for a Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Yes, I'm not certain, and I meant to check with Councillor Northcott. My apologies. But in 11.1, the notice of motion, it refers to a Municipal Development Commission. And I wonder if that was to be the Municipal Planning Commission.
Pardon? In 11.1, it says Municipal Development Commission, and he's asking if you meant to say Municipal Planning Commission.
Oh.
In the minutes.
Okay. Your notice of motion, so if you'd like it to read differently than that, please let us know.
Yeah, the Municipal Planning Commission.
Okay. Okay. So can we note that amendment then? And would anybody be willing to make a motion to adopt based on that amendment? Councillor Ratcliffe? Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Brings us down to Section 4, Agriculture and Community Services. We're joined by Mr. Martinson, our Director of Ag and Community Services, and a couple of items here. We'll start perhaps with item 4.1, and I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Martinson.
Thank you, Reeve. Morning, Council. First, we have the Friends of Corridor School. Council, I believe, recalls last meeting, April 25th, that Council received a request from the Friends of Corridor School regarding their ongoing projects in Leslieville and Condor. Council at that time carried a motion that directed administration to meet with the corridor schools to negotiate a funding agreement. We've done that, and today we've brought that funding agreement in draft form for Council's amendment or approval. So it might, if it pleases the Reeve, it might be appropriate just to take a minute and go through the agreement a little bit in detail. I do appreciate and thank Council for your flexibility and patience in allowing us to submit an updated version on Monday that, of course, just accommodated the community group's time frame in getting this project costed out. So there was 2 items in Schedule A of the agreement that we've added, and I'll be sure to point them out specifically so Council can see that last-minute addition on Monday.
Councillor Ratcliffe, did you have a question, or is it just a hangover light?
It's just a hangover light, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So if we just wanted to start on the first page of the agreement, the agreement discusses that the county and the Friends of Corridor School are entering into a funding agreement associated with amenity costs for David Thompson High School and Charlotte Small Elementary. And therefore outlines conditions below. Under the definitions, the parties of the agreement, of course, are the county and the Friends of Corridor School, known as the organization throughout the agreement. Wild Rose School Division is identified as WRSD, their acronym. Original funds, I'd just like to clarify what this means and how we've discussed this with the community group. We wanted to shield council from the potential of basically matching your own funds with funds that you've provided through other grant streams to the community groups. So under original funds, this is considered to be the clause where the county will not match funds through either capital or operating streams we already provide. So I'll give an example. If a community hall wishes to donate, they cannot donate out of their operating fund because we provide grants. But if a community hall specifically organizes a turkey supper and it's advertised as a fundraising event for the corridor schools, whichever one or both, then that funding can be matched by the county because it's separate community fundraising and it's identified in their financials that we receive every year if they receive funding from us. So if council's okay with that separation, that's how administration and the community group has discussed it and interpreted it. And you'll see original funds within the document, and that's why it's a definition here. Matching funds, this is what that means specifically. It means the county is a 50-50 funder, and we will fund $1 for every dollar raised in whole dollar format, as long as it meets the terms of the agreement as we've laid out. Donations, charitable contribution, which purely benefits the organization, no exchange of value. Sponsorship, business arrangement whereby a business, industry, municipality, organization, or other group commits resources to support a specific project or activity, and the citizen organization or company contributes funds in an event, program, or capital project and receives benefit from the associated publicity. So this is essentially, donations, no strings attached, sponsorship, some strings attached here. And so it's important for us to note that the Wild Rose School Division has a very robust policy around sponsorship that they vet through their committees and boards. And so it's administration's recommendation to council that we reference that process in this funding agreement and allow the school board to apply their process to this. We've reviewed their policy and we believe that it would protect council's obligations fiscally, morally, and ethically when it comes to matching these funds. And so that's why we've structured it as such. And then prohibited sponsorship. This is a portion directly out of Wild Rose School Division's policy. And it talks about, no libelous, vulgar, obscene, racist, discriminatory, factually inaccurate, inappropriate for students, incompatible with educational philosophy, is in violation of any provincial, federal policy, regulations, or law, promoting any political party or interests, or the county and the organization may declare any sponsorship prohibited upon notifying the school division. So,
And a question from Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Our rec boards have like a logo and a plate for the stuff that we fund. Has that been extended to all of the granting areas throughout the county so that it is part of this as well?
No, not every rec board has established that yet, and specifically that David Thompson has not. We have discussed the county's recognition, and it does fall a little bit out of this policy, but we have agreed with the group in principle that the way that they're planning on recognizing all donations will be on a plaque affixed to both schools. We've requested that the county get a separate plaque that can be fixed next to the long list of funders that we will match. And so that'll be consistent with what the community group is doing, but also it meets school division's aesthetic policies for the school. And that will be the county's logo. That will reflect the substantial contributions that the county's made really outside of the more day-to-day contributions we make through rec boards.
A follow-up.
Please.
Thank you, Eve. Is there an opportunity for us to create a overarching policy surrounding our logo regarding sponsorship throughout the county?
I think we have, to a certain level, a structure, a framework through our communications division. And so I think, you know, I think, yes, as far as our entire rec umbrella, we really wanna, and we have been striving with the new rec boards. And I think, you know, we could bring the David Thompson group in the fold there. Where the rec boards fit in here is really gonna be the operations and access through the JUPA. And there certainly will need to be some recognition for that as well, because there could be some ongoing operating costs to do that. We don't expect the school to pay for equipment needed for outside school access, so rec access, whether it be adult or youth. So I think those types of programming, which will be enabled through the investment council has made in the structure and now the FF&E, that would be the appropriate sort of application of what you're discussing. And I think we can and will work with communications under the overall county branding and promotion and sponsorship guidelines to make sure that we get, I suppose, recognition for what we've done, but more importantly, we get the access to these facilities, and part of that is understanding that we've funded these.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's an opportunity for people to see their tax dollars at work. So thank you.
And I would add, I think that having been involved with a number of community projects in the past where we've had county support, I think it would be a good moment to take and really identify that branding and logo along with that project. I think it helps the community recognize how involved and active Clearwater County is in providing for recreation and enhanced community facilities within the entire region. Yeah, please continue on, Mr. Martinson.
Thank you, Reeve. So getting into the terms now, the funding, under funding, section 1, the county agrees to match funding donations within Schedule A. Schedule A is at the back of the document. We will go through that. The organization acknowledges that it is responsible for raising original funds, which, if meeting the requirements of this agreement, will then be matched by the county. So that's where we make sure that the county's not matching our own dollars. The organization acknowledges, matching funds equal to or less than $179,050. So that is 50% of Schedule A, which gives us a total project cost of $358,100. That is what the estimated budget for the amenities in those two schools are currently sitting at. Matching grant funding can be accessed up, there's a little bit of a typo there, my apologies, but up to or until October 13th, 2025. So there is a time limit on this agreement. Certainly that doesn't mean there's not an opportunity to come back and have a discussion with council, but it is important to set these guardrails up around these agreements so that we have a start and end date and transparency and all those fun things. So the use of funding, funding will be used by the organization for the purpose described in Schedule A. So the funds raised have to go towards the projects in Schedule A. Any used funding will be returned to the county unless another project outside those in Schedule A is agreed upon between the parties. So essentially that requires any change in scope to be approved by council. So if we get down the process and as we use these schools, they find that maybe one line item isn't necessarily needed, but another line item that wasn't currently included, this does allow a pathway for them to come and maybe change the scope a little bit, but it will require council's approval. Payment of the grant, the organization will receive funding once a requisition for match funding grant is received from the school division. That's consistent how we funded the brick and mortar component of the corridor schools. It was up to the school division to confirm that all funds raised were delivered. It is a possibility in the world of fundraising that you get a commitment that you're relying on that doesn't necessarily come through or doesn't come through in the entire scope of what was promised. So Wild Rose School Division will do that reconciliation, and once they've confirmed that there's funding available, they will send us a requisition and we will pay based on that. So they'll sort of do the legwork of proving this out. We don't have to dive into the financials of the community group and so on and so forth. I think there's a question.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. In discussions with Friends of Corridor Schools, that was one of the places where there was a little bit of a potential misunderstanding, as they were thought that the 200,000 brick and mortar, it was through Wild Rose specifically, and that was an ask through them, whereas we interpreted it as part of the Friends of the Corridor Schools funding. Has that been fully cleared up so that this clause will be not seen as an issue with Friends of the Corridor Schools?
Yeah, I think, that's partly why we wanted to structure this clause and this part of the agreement the way it was. I certainly can understand the community's interpretation of the last motion that really governed this. We had ours and it was different, of course. That's really the entire reason why we prefer these structured funding agreements to regulate such a complex project rather than just a motion, and sort of leave that. So it's certainly water under the bridge at this point as far as I understand, though we need to learn from where the confusion or the misunderstandings were from the past. And so during our meeting with the Friends group representatives, we clarified, that as directly correlating to this clause so that we're very clear on the county's perspective being there's one school division, one community group, and one set of schools we're funding. There's, we're not funding through separate streams here. We're funding one stream. At the end of the day, really, this is all going to the school division. It's their school to operate. The Friends are fundraising on their behalf because it's awkward for a local government to fundraise. We know that too. That's why we partner with groups like the Ag Society and so on and so forth, because they're able to do things that we can't. And certainly Wild Rose School Division's in the same boat as a local government administering education. So yes, to answer the question, I believe so, Councillor Malhoff.
Yeah. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Malhoff, sorry. Funding will be allocated in a lump sum as for amenities as described in Schedule A. It is understood that funding will be released before projects are completed. So they need the money to build the projects, and that's how this will be structured. A final report outlining description of all finalized projects, along with the relevant financial document should be submitted. So essentially what we're saying there is we want a list of projects, we want to know the actuals, and we'd like it within 6 months of the completion of the project, or 6 months after the expiry of the date, whichever comes first. Terms, if the agreement commences on the date above, and will expire October 13th, 2025, or prior to the expiration date upon full completion of the projects. County may terminate this agreement if the organization fails to use the funding in accordance with Section 2 or defaults in the performance of any obligations under the agreement. And then number 6 is indemnity, as we all love to have. We just can't help ourselves in bureaucracy. So, but it's good risk management for any wild, crazy things that could happen. If we go to the next page, we see the Schedule A. This is where the line items for each amenities are. The acronyms, as you see there, are Charlotte Small and David Thompson. Charlotte Small is located in Condor, and David Thompson is in Leslieville. So we have playground equipment for Charlotte Small that we're either removed or deemed no longer acceptable at the new school, and so needs to be added. And we have heard that there is currently a little bit of a lack of accessible playground equipment for physically disabled students, so this will add some amenities there. And that's an important amenity right now, because those disabled students exist both at school but also in our Condor community, so this would help access to our Condor community as well. Some picnic tables at the Charlotte Small School, as well as the David Thompson School. Again, these would be helpful for the school as well as community use. Scoreboard system for both schools. A little more augmented system for the high school, obviously, but both schools would like to have a scoreboard so it could make the recreation events and sports teams more appealing for public participation. Obviously, if you know what the score of the game is, you're a little more into it.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just curious, what type of picnic tables are we doing here? 3 picnic tables, $5,100? Like, I'm just really curious.
Yeah,
Picnic tables are happening.
it's a higher standard than what we'd expect to, say, put in a campground for a few reasons. They have to be fixed because of safety, and fixed means concrete and things. They build 40 or 50-year schools, and that includes the outdoor amenities. A campground picnic table in best scenario is going to give us 10 or 15 years. That's suitable for a campground where we don't know where we're going to be in camping in 10 or 15 years, but we'll be educating kids and they will need a place to have a picnic. So yeah, from our current experience in owning and replacing hundreds of picnic tables at our campgrounds, certainly appears expensive, but from the standard they need at a school, driven by safety, longevity, durability, a steel or concrete picnic table can't be carved into. Things kids love to do, and that undermines the surface, and it's rotten. And so yeah, it appears a little pricey, but it's a standard that the Friends cannot choose. They have to abide by the school division standard, and I do believe that standard is practical for the purposes that they require.
Thank you.
So we have next, under the scoreboards, we have bleachers at DT, and then some outdoor classroom fixtures, and that'll support some of the teachers' abilities to teach certain classes outside, and allow the kids to benefit from those environments and support the learning where it applies. So stage or staging area at David Thompson High School. This is amenity directly associated with the augmented gym that the county invested in for events, not only recreation, but also cultural events that now could be held there, both school and community. Fitness room for David Thompson High School, and fitness room equipment, which was again part of the augmentation that we invested in the gym. Netting behind the community rink. Now this is at David Thompson High School. This is one of the, I skipped over the gym floor covering as well at David Thompson. Those were two of the amenities that pricing was a little late on. So the gym floor covering is actually an important piece of equipment for both community use but also school use. This is going to allow them to be more flexible with what they do in that gym, especially during basketball and volleyball season, where we need to keep the floor and they'll wax and finish the floor in the fall, and then the volleyball and basketball teams will obviously benefit from that finished floor. Often that locks out a lot of other community use, whether it's square dance lessons or floor hockey, because those things will scuff up the floor. So it's not that the schools haven't been doing those things, they just do them in different times a year. Well, we can put a floor covering over now and do those things. So that's a bit of an important amenity, as well as the netting behind the rink at Leslieville. Because they changed where the parking goes and we're a little cramped, we now park behind the outdoor rink, and that puts those vehicles at a huge risk for getting pucks over essentially the glass, if you will, of the arena. So this is just netting to the outdoor arena, netting to protect the parking lot area from the rink. And then we have a little bit of amenities for the CTS areas that the county invested in. So 2 cosmetology chairs for David Thompson. CTS is career technology studies, important for the future of our community and the skills that we need to train, but also access that exists in larger centers that we were not able to get with the current funding models. And then, tire machine also for that CTS area. And to wrap it up in DT, a bit of furniture for the student common space associated with the school. So that is the line items for what the corridor school is hoping to fundraise for and asking the county to invest in. I'd be happy to turn it back over to the Reeve for questions.
Thank you very much. Questions from council? Councillor Graham, please.
I don't have questions, but I had a very great conversation with the president of the Friends of the Corridor, and I have some things that I'd like to share with council, if that's okay with the Reeve.
Go ahead, please.
All right. So they started this process in 2019, and it's obviously run by community members. To start off with, they didn't know if it was going to be a new build or a modernization of the school. And they obviously ended up choosing 2 new schools, which we all know that the population and capacity algorithm does not favor rural schools, so that presented some challenges. The new gym was actually going to be smaller than the gym in the old DT, which, if any of you have been in there, it is minuscule by comparison to all the other gyms in the division. And the shop was going to be half the size. I didn't take good notes on this one. I think it was going to be half the size of what it is now, I believe is what she said. And obviously there was going to be no kitchen and condor, which we all know in these hard times, there are students who come to school, we have breakfast programs and things in lots of the schools, so it's important to be able to make sure those kiddos are fed so they can learn well every day. So then in 2020, there was suddenly a huge push for the new schools, and their fundraising was cut down to a month to do the fundraising. They managed to raise $81,000 in a month, which I think is absolutely incredible, to which we matched the $81,000, and Deputy Reeve Melhoff already mentioned the $200,000 was an ask from the Wild Rose School Division. And then they've then been facing a lot of miscommunication between the school division and everywhere on kind of where the funding would be coming from now, if we would be matching it, and that's kind of what brought this forward. And they just want to finish off what they started, and then the Friends will be no longer existing and parent councils will take over as normal. And they're getting their list of what they need from the principals. It's not the Friends deciding this, it's the principals of the school telling them what they need, what the students need. Obviously they had to cancel events because of COVID. They actually had events planned and ready to go and then suddenly had to cancel, which is quite a barrier. And a good point to remember too is that this does benefit the community. We now have that big area that is significantly larger in the gym than the hall in Leslieville that even, the county could use for things. So it is beneficial to the community, and, sports, drop-in sports and everything can happen there, which is great. And this one I found very interesting and silly personally, but Alberta Education does not allow the new school to have old things from the school. So you could have, for example, a brand new tire mounting set in the school, and it would be offered to all the other schools in the division. You would not be allowed to bring it into the new school. The new school has to raise money to get that. So that's kind of why they need to replace all of these things, because Alberta Education does not allow them to bring old things, even tools from the shop. You could have a brand new set of tools and you cannot bring it to the new school, which is very, very silly in my opinion. So that's why they have to fundraise for all these things and like the little things. And And she mentioned too, which I thought was really important, that the fundraising, they didn't continue fundraising because they didn't know what they were going to need. Things would just kind of appear. So they didn't know what was going to be built for the schools also. So they wanted to be transparent in their fundraising and make sure that everyone knew what they were raising the money for. And I guess they probably weren't worried about going over. That would be a good problem to have. But for the transparency reasons, that's why they haven't been fundraising since they were kind of being built. And no one could give them a solid budget on what they would need. So, and then when Condor was done, they were worried that the perception would be they were only raising funds for Condor. So that's why they kind of held back on that as well. And they were meeting, you know, we all lived through COVID. It was quite an interesting time, but they were actually meeting companies on the side of the road to get agreements for funding and everything just to make this all happen. And that's how they managed to raise such a substantial amount of money in a month, I think, because they were so dedicated and awesome about it. And yeah, those are just some fun facts. The thing that really struck me was the fact that they cannot bring old things from the school. What a flaw in the system, in my opinion. And just like ridiculous. I don't even know what else to say but ridiculous in my opinion. And those are just some facts I wanted to share with you all that I learned from my conversation about that.
Thank you for that. Any additional questions? This is a two-part recommendation here. One would be considering any, reviewing this agreement and approve any amendments or any changes to it. And then, of course, the second component is relating to the budget for that. So would anybody be willing to make the first motion? Councillor Swanson?
Sure. That council approve the agreement between the Friends of the Corridor Schools in Clearwater County for funding the Leslieville and Condor School buildings, equipment, fixtures, furnishings, and recreation amenities.
Thank you for that. Discussion on that motion. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. The only concern I have with this is that I think it opens us up to requests for matching funds for any community project. So long as we understand that.
Thank you for that. Additional questions relating to the motion? Councillor Northcott, please.
No, I think these will be some really nice additions to the community, for the families, for the students and everything like that, so I will support this. I think very nice additions.
Thank you. Further comments, questions? If not, we're ready to call this motion. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Second part is to address the budget concerns within that. There's basically the council direct administration to include the funding as identified in Schedule A of the agreement to the 2024. Councillor Graham, please.
I would make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to confirm that it's coming out of the operational budget because we do not own these amenities and therefore cannot be capitalized by Clearwater County. Yes?
Either
That-
Mr. Martinson or people from.
That's my understanding, yeah. That's why the recommendation is typically when we own the land or building capital investments over a certain amount are put in the capital budget, but because this is not our owned facility, similar to rail trail, that funding comes out of the operating budget. We don't own the rail trail.
Just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, the two that have got blanks in dollar figures, do we have any dollar figures for those?
If we look at the red print up there, I know there was some late minute additions, so.
Yeah, so the two new amenities there, that were, and the total is, of Schedule A, the total is 358,100, and 50% of that, is the, 100, sorry.
179,000.
That's what would be included in the operating budget should council pass the motion that you're considering.
Okay. Additional questions on the motion before us? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us, Mr. Martinson. Pardon?
The next one's gonna do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, yeah, I know that, yeah, I guess it's a sure sign of spring if we're looking at the Wet Weed and Pest Act appointments. Mr. Martinson.
Thank
sorry.
you.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, absolutely. A feature of the spring every year is our legislative requirement to make sure that we have the appropriate amount of staff in place to ensure our compliance with the various legislation, and those legislations include the Weed Control Act, the Agricultural Pest Act. And we need these appointments to meet our requirements for operations and administration of said acts. So we are only bringing seasonal appointments right now. We have some work to do later this summer with council to reformalize and update our full-time appointments, but today we've just brought the seasonals, as this time of year is when we start onboarding our seasonal staff and need to start doing the work. So we are asking for the following seasonal staff to be appointed under the Weed Act, and then we are asking for the same staff to be appointed under the Pest Act. And these staff will be out and about chatting with farmers about the weeds and clubroot, fusarium, grasshoppers, those types of things, as we normally do in the summer. Relatively similar sized crew, programs will be the same. Yeah, we're catching up from a bit of a lack of presence in COVID. Of course, there was things we couldn't do, and so we're slowly gaining that ground back. But I think that's all I have to say about that, and I'll turn it back over to the Reeve for questions.
Thank you, and a question from Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just questioning the dates.
Yeah, that was a cut and paste error. My apologies. So that would be April 12th, effective today of 2023.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And that goes for both motions 1 and 2.
Sure.
May I
So
have
that's the recommendations there, if somebody be willing to make the first motion with the updated date. Councillor Northcott?
Just one question for these appointments, for competency for these individuals, how's that verified?
Yeah, so the Act will set out a little bit of competency that we have to meet for training, and the county's bound by the Act. Of course, the county has its own policies that far exceed the minimum requirement, and so, you know, the staff will receive right around 40 hours of training. New staff, returning staff a little less. And that training includes plant ID. They all become authorized pesticide applicators. They get manufacturer and in-house training on herbicide recommendations. They get Bear Smart. They get working alone. They get map reading training. They get dealing with difficult individuals training. They get communication training. They get a better report writing training. So we do have our own standards for placing seasonals, but the competency is really up to the municipality, and there is a bit of diversity if you go from each municipality. We retail herbicides, so we have the ability to train that information. Not a lot of municipalities will not allow their staff to give recommendations because they're not qualified. So yeah, the competency is important for sure.
So yeah, I just had a couple of residents last year that they support the program, but they would like to definitely have competent weed inspectors and that it's efficient and effective for those members.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I was gonna make a motion, but I guess I'll make a comment first. For Councillor Northcott, I didn't weed inspect, but I sprayed weeds, and I definitely felt that it was ample training, if not above and beyond. And outside of the I want to say professional training. That's not the right word, but official training. There we go, official training. There's so much training that happens like in the coffee room, and I feel that they definitely, and these are, they usually hire farm kids. So they, some stuff going into it, and they have some experience, some on-hand experience on the farm. Yeah, I was gonna say something else, but I forget what it was. So I would like to make a motion that council appoints the following Clearwater County Agriculture and Community Services staff as weed inspectors under the Alberta Weed Control Act for field administrative duties effective May 9th, 2023, and for the duration of their employment, and the names that are listed there.
Thank you. Questions relating to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. And then part 2 of the recommendation. Would anybody be willing to make that motion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. The council appoints the following Clearwater County Ag and Community Services staff as pest inspectors under the Ag Pest Act for field and administrative duties effective May 9th, 2023, and for the duration of their employment, and names as follows.
Thank you for that. Questions relating to that motion? Seeing none, I call that motion. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Martinson, for your input this morning.
Is there an opportunity to question for you?
Would you have time for one more question from the Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry, just while we're on the topic of Weed and Pest Act, have we cleared up the appeals, Weed and Pest Act Appeals Board, and what we plan on doing with that? Because if we're doing any enforcement of any form, the community has a right to appeal. So have we cleared up that issue?
Yeah, we're working on it. We have a pathway to be able to meet our regulatory obligations. So I think, for council's interest, we have to make some changes to our appeal committee. In the past, we've appointed the rest of council that haven't been appointed to the Ag Service Board to be the appeal committee in a very similar way to SDAB. That doesn't meet regulation anymore with some new interpretation, and so what we need now is what is considered a more independent structure, which would include the interpretations that we've seen of what fully independent means is not affiliated with any council committee or council itself. So we just have to appoint members at large. They do have to be competent as well in the same sort of a way that an SDAB member needs to be competent. So we are working with council's executive assistant to establish that, and so there'll be more coming to council soon. And yeah, we just need to be effective during our enforcement times, and those are coming, but we will be in a position to do that.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
Thank you. Will that be available then prior to any type of enforcement or weed notices, et cetera, just to ensure the community has that route available?
Yep, it has to be by law or we can't issue those enforcement notices. So, yep, it will be.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Martinson.
Thank you.
Any additional questions while we still have Matt here? I think you're off the hook. I think. Run, quick. You know where to find. All right, now it takes us down the list to corporate services, item 5, and that is first reading of the 2023 tax rate bylaw 1147/23. And we're joined by Mr. Hagan and Ms. Serhan from corporate services, and I'll turn the floor to Ms. Serhan to introduce this item, please. Oh, and Mr. Emmons, sorry, I was looking down and missed your light.
Thank you, Bylaw. Good morning, Council. I recognize Council's aware of the legislation, but perhaps for the listening public, I wouldn't mind just explaining process. As all 3 readings are coming before Council in the same meeting, of course, Council is required to vote as you feel appropriate. However, when it comes to permission for third reading, if that is not unanimous, it will simply create the need for an additional meeting. Just because you vote for permission for third reading does not mean you are required to vote in favor of third reading. Did council have any questions? So to recap, first reading would be called and council can vote however. If it ends up 4-3, 5-2, or defeated, of course it's done. If it passes, it goes to second reading. If second reading passes, it can be by majority as well. But permission for third reading has to be unanimous for it to continue to third reading. And again, you can vote however.
Okay, and Councillor Ratcliffe has a question.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I wonder if you could explain the need for having all three readings at this meeting?
Absolutely. Timelines, more than anything, to get the taxes out as per schedule. It's pushed all three.
Okay, thank you.
And if I recall, tax notices were planned to go out on May the 19th. Am I correct in that? I think that was the timeline. I'll just leave it to Ms. Serhan. I know that'll be part of her introduction of this item.
Yes, good morning, council. Yes, so as you're aware, bylaw 1146-23 came to the previous meeting and was defeated. So typically we would have either first reading or first and second reading at that first meeting and then have third reading at this meeting. However, because of the defeation, it would make it unable to have tax notices go out on May 19th, and that just affects the appeal dates and the mail dates and all the calculations that are currently printed on the tax notice. So it would just make it so that tax notices wouldn't go out when it typically does, which is that that third or fourth weekend or Friday in May. And that's just historically when tax notices for Clearwater County have been mailed. So, to introduce the item, in accordance with Part 10, Sections 326 to 343 of the Municipal Government Act, and council direction given at the April 25th regular meeting, administration prepared the annual tax rate bylaw for the tax year 2023. And again, you'll note that it has a new bylaw number, 1147-23. The bylaw encompasses 4 requisitions. So ratepayers are required to pay 4 separate requisitions on the tax notice. The municipality receives the amounts of these requisitions from outside parties, adds them onto the tax notice, and then there's usually a date that these payments need to be submitted to the outside parties, whether all of the requisition is paid or not. So the 4 requisitions are the provincial school tax requisition, and of course the municipal tax requisition, which is what Clearwater County uses for its operations and capital planning, the Seniors Foundation tax requisition, and that in this municipality entirely goes to the Westview Lodge. And the 4th one is the designated industrial property assessment tax requisition. So that is the amount that it costs the province to provide assessment services to designated properties in the province. And when the province took over the assessment services for those properties, it was negotiated with the industry that they would pay for that service to be pooled by the province. The bylaw has been created with a 3% rate increase to farm and residential classes of the assessed property and a 3.5% rate increase to non-residential assessed property. The application of this bylaw would require a budget adjustment for a tax revenue increase of $4,798,692 and an increase to unrestricted surplus of the same amount. During the June Strategic Planning Committee meeting of the committee will have the opportunity to make recommendations to council to further transfer these dollars and the 2022 unallocated surplus to priorities as chosen by the committee. Now, again, it was discussed at length at the April 25th meeting, but I just want to highlight that these dollars are from additional assessed properties within Clearwater County, new projects in the industrial sector that the majority of it is from these assessed properties that are new. It's not an increase in already existing properties. It's actual new industrial properties that are coming online within Clearwater County. Now, the next paragraph talks about the school requisition, and once I get done summarizing that, I have a document that Tracy's going to bring up on the screen, and we're just going to walk through how the school requisition is calculated on the previous year's assessment, and because of the increase in the industrial assessment in 2022's assessment, how that affects the spreading out of the school requisition over all the properties. So the school requisition has decreased overall by $383,000 with an additional credit of $114,000 for over collection. So that means that we collected some of the past requisition that had previously been uncollected. So we give credit back to those ratepayers that paid for that, thereby decreasing the school requisition by about $500,000 overall. So that's the total dollar amount. It was decreased by $500,000. The decrease in the rate is also due to the increase in the pool of assessment that hasn't been included in the county's equalized assessment numbers, which is an additional year behind. So the equalized assessment isn't finalized until all opportunities for a change in the assessed value have passed, requiring the additional year. So for 2022 assessment, they have all of 2023 to appeal, or the appeal process could take till the end of 2023. There's dates and deadlines within that year that they have to meet in order to appeal their assessment. But it's still a changing number until the end of 2023. And then it becomes finalized at the end of 2023. And then the 2022 assessment is used in the 2024 tax year as the equalized assessment. So I'm just gonna have Tracy bring the spreadsheet up on the one I emailed you. So because of the additional assessment that is increasing Clearwater County's overall assessment in 2023, that isn't included, those assessment dollars aren't included in our equalized assessment for 2021's assessment, which is what the school requisition is based on. So when each municipality has a certain dollar amount of assessment, it's taken by percentage. So if Clearwater County has 8% of the total assessment of the province, then we get 8% of the total school requisition. But because our percentage of assessment was still similar to the year before's, we get the same kind of similar piece of that school requisition. But because the assessment that it's spread out over in 2023, because it's 2022's assessment, includes all of the new assessment in that industrial properties, then it gets spread out over a larger amount of assessment. So the rate goes significantly down for ratepayers in 2023. Once the 2022 assessment data is finalized in 2023 and is used in the school requisition calculation next year, our piece of the pie will increase because of that large increase in assessment in 2022. So those rates will go back up. It's just like, it's very volatile what that school rate is if there is an increase in assessment or a large decrease in assessment, because it is always 1 year behind on the assessed values. So up on the screen there, you can see that the 2021 equalized assessment is 5 million total, 5,276,000. And then in the bottom part where the assessment breakdown is, you can see that the school taxable, that the assessment is getting spread out over is sorry, it's not million, it's billion, 5,681,000. So you can see the large discrepancy in the amount of assessment that is kind of taken into account when they take the amount of school requisition that is allocated to Clearwater County's residents and the amount that it gets spread over. It's quite a discrepancy this year just because of how much additional assessment Clearwater County has in 2022. And again, that will rebalance itself the following year. So the requisition, back up to that first part, is the next column is the provincial rate. So that shows what rate the province has placed on the equalized assessment from 2021. And then that is how the total requisition is applied to Clearwater County. Now the next one, again, is from that bottom school taxable amount, $5,681,000,000 worth of assessment. That 17 million gets spread out over that. So you can see the rates that are actually charged the ratepayer are quite significantly less than what the province charged their equalized assessment, because we have quite a bit more. And you can see the residential portion is going down 12.5% and the non-residential portion is going down 8.31%. So let's look at those samples that I attached, just so you can get an idea of what this does to a tax notice. So this is the first one in acreage, and these are actual tax, like this is an actual property within Clearwater County. And again, every property is different in the amount of assessment that is residential versus farm versus non-residential, based on what the use of that property is. So this property as an acreage has $300,000 assessed for the residence portion of the property, and $2,500 assessment as a farm portion of this property. And you can see that the overall municipal tax is increasing $23.98. The farm portion is increasing 33 cents in levy. The school requisition is going down $102.46. The uncollectible school is an additional decrease because we over-collected, so we give that money back to the ratepayers, $1.43 on this property. And the Westview Lodge requisition actually decreased in 2023 also because they had a large capital portion of their requisition ask in 2022, and in 2023, even though the operational portion went up, the capital portion decreased a larger amount. And so there is a decrease in the Westview Lodge requisition of $12.78. Thus, this property is going to see a decrease in their overall tax bill of $92.36. However, all things remaining the same, they would see a $102 increase in 2024 to compensate for that school requisition that will likely go back up to the rate that is closer to what the provincial rate will be in 2024. So even though they see a decrease in 2023, they will see a subsequent increase of $102 approximately in the following year, all other things remaining the same. So year over year, they would see an increase of about $10 if that school requisition wasn't changing. So the next example is a farm with a residence. And I won't go through each line item, but the overall decrease for a farm with a residence, about $130. And the school decrease is about $144. So they would see an increase of about $15 if all things remain the same. Combined, if you're understanding what I'm saying, they would see a decrease of 130, but then a subsequent increase of 144. A non-residence property without a residence on it is still seeing a decrease of $84.55. That's $1 million assessable property with only non-res assessment on it. The following example is a non-res property with a residence on it. Is going to see a decrease of 242. And then the M&E property is going to see an increase of $237. The reason for that is because they do not pay school requisition. Machinery and equipment property are only subject to municipal tax and the seniors foundation requisition. So they will see the net amount this year, and all things remaining the same, they would see whatever increase or decrease happens in the following year. So if council increased 2% again next year or whatever, they would see that increase. But if all things stayed the same, they would see a 0% or $0 increase in the following year, whereas the other properties are seeing that large increase due to the school requisition. Okay, so that's a lot of information, a lot of nuances. So I'm gonna stop there and answer any questions and try to make this a little clearer for anyone that's still unclear.
Thanks, Ms. Serhan. Questions? And I'll go to the Deputy Reeve first.
Thank you, Reeve. We debated and discussed this at length at our last council meeting. I believe it was, 2 hours plus of our last council meeting, debating and going back and forth on this. And because of the extensive debate and questions answered during that, I would grant first reading to tax rate bylaw 1147/23.
A motion to grant first reading. Any additional questions relating to first reading? Councillor Graham.
I guess I'll say now, I will not be supporting first reading just because I believe that it should be a flat rate increase across the board. I voiced that last meeting. You guys probably aren't surprised, but I do have a question. Why doesn't machinery and equipment pay into the school requisition?
It's just legislated by the province, and I
Okay.
think for whatever reason, it's a policy decision for machinery and equipment not to be assessed provincial school requisition.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Northcott.
Already, excuse me, I won't be supporting this either. It's nice to see the decrease on there, but, next year with the increase, so I would still be supporting a 0% increase in this, at the current time of record inflation and stuff like that, so sometimes I would like to see just maybe a little bit less spending rather than raising taxes, so I won't be supporting this either.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting this motion. We do need the small increases to keep up with inflation. And municipal inflation is different than cost of living. So I will be supporting this motion.
Okay. Any additional questions, comments? Okay, I call the question on, Ms. Serhan.
I just want to make one note that the penalty date for April is incorrect on the bylaw. It should be April 19th instead of April 13th, 2024.
Okay. All right, any additional questions? If not, I call that question. All in favor? And those opposed? That's carried. Second reading, would anybody be willing to make that motion. Councillor Swanson? Just further discussion on second reading? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Permission for third reading. Would anybody willing to make that motion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Again, because of the extensive debate done at last council meeting, there would be no reason for me to go over explaining why I'm supporting this, because again, we spent hours doing it last meeting and debating it. So I would make the motion for permission for third reading.
Okay. Discussion on that motion. Councillor Graham first, and then I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Although I will be voting against third reading, I will vote to support third reading. I agree, we've discussed it in ample amount. I also think it would be a frivolous waste of tax dollars to have a special meeting for no reason, to just vote on a later date. So for those reasons, I will be supporting the support of permission
for third reading is where we're at, yes. And Councillor Northcott, please.
No, there was just, a few little things in the past. The dust precedent policy was reduced for residents. There was an increase in Travis permits. There's been increases in costs all the way along. So, but yeah, again, I'll just say sometimes just less spending, especially in today's high times of inflation.
Okay. Any additional comments relating to the motion for permission for third reading? Okay, I will call it, Councillor Northcott.
This is just permission for third reading,
This is
and then
just-
we'll vote on third reading.
And then we will be voting on, or
And this-
somebody will likely make a motion for third reading after permission for third.
Right, and as Mr. Emmons has stated, that it has to be unanimous, and so I would agree with Councillor Graham that yes, I'll support permission for third reading, just for efficiencies, but I won't be supporting the tax rate bylaw.
Thank you very much for that clarity. All right, I will call permission for third reading. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously, so we can, if anybody would be willing to make a motion for third reading. Councillor Ratcliffe? Okay, thank you for that. Discussion relating to the motion before us. Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And those opposed? Okay, that is carried. Thank you very much for that. I'm thinking this would be an appropriate time to take a recess. So we'll take 15 here and be back at 10:25, please. Welcome back, everyone. We continue through our agenda of the day. One item on 5.1 that I overlooked was the application of that bylaw would require a budget adjustment. So maybe Ms. Serhan, if you can outline that, and then we'll hopefully find a councillor that would make a motion related to that.
Absolutely. So again, with the increased assessment in the industrial portion of Clearwater County's assessment, we would require a revenue adjustment of $4,798,692. And with increasing that tax revenue budget, we would also be increasing the unrestricted surplus by the same amount. And then at the June 12th Strategic Planning Committee, where we're going forward with planning specific dates and looking at all those capital projects and the funding still required, we would, the committee would be able to make recommendations to council following that meeting as to which restricted surplus accounts they would like to see that money go into.
Okay, thank you for that. Would anybody be willing to make a motion capturing that? Councillor Swanson, please.
I'll make the motion that this bylaw, the budget adjustment for this bylaw, council will be increasing the tax revenue by $4,798,692 and thereby increasing the restricted surplus by the same amount.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions, Councillor Cermak? No, I see your light was just a hangover. And okay, thank you very much. So any questions or comments relating to the motion before us? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Mailhoff, you have a question?
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Emmons, we discussed at the last meeting a tax rate or a tax insert, since it's mailed out to every resident or every title holder. And I wanted to thank you and your staff for getting that ready in a very short time frame to have an insert of information put into that. I feel that it's relevant because it confirms that it goes to every single title holder. The one thing that I'd love to add is that in the future, I'd love the opportunity for us to add in questions to that, not just information, so that we can be getting feedback from that. Since it goes out to every single resident, it would give us the opportunity to get feedback directly from them through a mail out that goes directly to those title holders. So, but thank you for rolling this out really quickly, and hopefully we can add in questions for next year.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. And if I may, I would propose we look for an opportunity from now till the end of March and have council agree upon those questions so that we can have them prepared to be injected in the next tax run, so that we do have them included.
I'll go to Councillor Cermak and then back to the Deputy.
My question's a little bit different, and it's for Ms. Serhan, or whoever wants to answer it. Is it just the oil and gas that the provincial government has installed a moratorium on, that we can't collect any taxes on new builds? And what date is this going to be cut off that we can start taxing these new builds in this county?
Ms. Serhan?
Yes, so it is just designated industrial property, and it's there is quite a list of criteria that the oil companies or the industrial companies have to meet in order to qualify for that tax holiday, they're calling it. 2025 is the first year that we are able to tax those properties, and it is specifically new work going on in the municipality. It can't be, even if it's new work on an old project, doesn't qualify. if the project is already in the county, and they're just adding to it, it doesn't qualify for the tax holiday. It has to be a brand new concept, a brand new project for them to qualify for the tax holiday. We do have some assessments sitting there. We are notified by the province at the end of the year, the amount of the assessment. I don't have it in front of me, but that qualifies for the tax holiday every year. So in 2025, there will be an increase in our in Clearwater County's industrial assessment again.
And go ahead for a follow-up.
So with this moratorium that's on, if it's over 3 years or how many years it was, do they still get to do their reduction, like 10%? And so over 3 years, that'd be 30% off their initial cost that we have no chance of getting tax out of. Is that right?
That's correct. It is being depreciated. However, if it's a new build in 2022, then they would get the 3 years of depreciation. If it didn't come on till 2023, then they would get 2 years of depreciation, and then 2024, just the 1 year. So it depends on what year that that assessment comes online, how much depreciation it's given, and it's just, yeah, it's just a tax holiday is what they're calling it, so.
Thank you for clarifying that for me.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you. CO Emmons, like I said, I do appreciate that and the insert. And I just wanted to mention Councillor Graham had an amazing suggestion for a question in the insert. And it was that we, in that insert, ask the people how they like to receive information. The Western Star, the Mountaineer, the Roundup, our highlights, social media, the website, and then we have the ability, or literally door to door in their tax notice, and then we have some real tangible numbers that go with that. I understand that's also part of the strategic communications plan, that we have that, and if that is in line with that, it'd be great to add that in for next year. There was a great suggestion that she brought up last time, and I just want to make sure that it's highlighted. Thank you.
And Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. I don't even remember suggesting that, but I remember I suggested that we do kind of something on the bottom, like where would you like to see your tax dollars go, and have different projects. And it would be a good way to inform the public of projects, because some people don't even know that we're in charge of fire. And it would be a really good way to help people learn kind of, this isn't county. And I think it would be nice for people to say, like, I want my money to go to an ag facility, and they check that off, and it's all lumped together and everything. But yeah, and that was not my idea, that was a constituent's idea. So I just wanted to I thought that's where you were going when I hit my lights. I wanted to give that constituent credit. But yes, it's also a very good idea.
And I think that's the ongoing importance of making the public aware of the things that are going on and the things we do as a municipality. Sorry, I've lost my spot here. We do have a motion before us relating to adjusting the budget. We did that one? Sorry. Yeah, that's right, because it was after the thing. Now I'm back on track here, for sure. That takes us to item number 6 from our Planning and Development Department, more specifically item 6.1. We're joined today by Kim Gillum, our Acting Director of Planning, and Liz Armitage, our consultant from Vicinia. And I'll turn the floor across to you to outline the draft before us.
Thank you very much. We have a short presentation today that we're going to go through. Some of it will seem a bit repetitive, as we talked about some of these same things at the first reading and the public hearing. But we feel that it's important to reiterate why we're doing this, what we're here for, and then we'll talk about the changes that have occurred since the public hearing. The staff recommendation today is that council consider granting second and third reading of Bylaw 1132/22 to rescind and replace Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan. Why is the county updating the MDP? Best practice is that that an MDP is reviewed and updated on a regular basis, and this goes for all municipalities in the province of Alberta. County Council initiated this review in 2019. We know through the statistics that are kept through Stats Canada that our population is aging and our population growth is stagnant. We also know that the household makeup is changing. We are seeing smaller household sizes. The county's employment opportunities are changing as well. And we also know that there's ongoing requests from landowners for revisions to subdivision and development opportunities. And so the MDP that is currently in place is 923/10. That was adopted by council in July 2010. The review of this MDP that we're looking at today was started in 2019 by Clearwater County Council. In 2020, council adopted a terms of reference to guide the review of the MDP. And the terms of reference included creating a steering committee, which includes all of Clearwater County Council members. November to December in 2019, Clearwater County retained the services of Parkland Community Planning Services to work on the MDP. In August 2022, myself and Vicinia Planning and Engagement was engaged to complete the MDP. Both firms are Alberta companies with extensive rural Alberta planning experience, with all staff and operations located in Alberta. This project, because it has gone over for so many years and existed through COVID-19, the height of all of the pandemic restrictions, has had quite a community engagement history. A variety of traditional virtual engagement opportunities were utilized due to COVID-19. Council directed that the existing MDP be updated rather than replaced. And key areas were identified that required further public engagement, and that was subdivision of land, aggregate and resource extraction, private campground, and private recreation uses. In 2022, we were guided by 5 key community engagement objectives for the last round of community engagement that was done. And the first was to collaborate with residents to develop the MDP community vision and values, create awareness of the MDP website and engagement dates, provide multiple opportunities for community members to provide feedback, encourage feedback from residents on draft MDP policy and direction, and receive and consider public input on draft MDP policies. So being guided by these 5 objectives, we did a lot in 2022 to get the word out and to collect feedback. So we held 6 open houses, and most of those, the in-person open houses had 2 separate meeting times to try to accommodate additional people attending. We did have 1 virtual meeting that during the meeting had to be rescheduled due to circumstances outside of our control. And we also had online paper and newspaper survey available from July 15th to August 19th. We did radio advertising. There were 3 YouTube videos made. 2 Marketplace on Main events were held. Promotion posters were at local community events. Newspaper and social media advertising was ongoing, and website advertising as well. At the end of that, the Municipal Development Plan Public Engagement Summary, What We Heard report, was created to summarize everything that we heard. And that has been available and reviewed multiple times. So where we're at now is the approval process. Every bylaw in Alberta is, the way they are approved is legislated through the Municipal Government Act. Every municipality has to follow that same process. And you can see it here on the screen. It essentially goes first reading, public hearing, second reading, third reading. We did first reading on December 20th of 2022. We did public hearing on February 21st of 2023. And today we are here recommending second and third. Ultimately, all of these are at council's discretion. And most importantly, what I want to draw your attention to is the public hearing. That is the legislated requirement for public input. So we held the public meetings in 2022 to gain feedback, to help us bring a document forward to council that we thought would meet professional planning principles and requirements, meet the Municipal Government Act requirements, and meet the feedback we had received. So that's what first reading was. Then public hearing was held that allowed public to come speak directly to council. The engagement opportunities held earlier are not required in the process. The public hearing is the required avenue for public input. Once that public hearing is closed, there is no more opportunity for additional feedback to be received through council. And so we are now, as I said, at that second and third reading spot, and it is at the discretion of council on how to proceed. So now I'm gonna jump into more about the draft MDP. The process that we are proposing and have been proposing through first reading and continues to be the same is that this is not meant to be a replacement document. Rather, it is an update to reflect the current community trends and needs. And we are proposing a repeal and replace process to simplify the process. There are 5 guiding principles that were identified through the process. The first is quality of life, and these are in no particular order. So when I say the first, it's the one at the top. Quality of life, community social growth, agricultural production, economic prosperity, and environmental stewardship. Administration, and through our discussions with the steering committee, see these as pieces of a puzzle that combine together. We do not see a hierarchy, we see that equality. These have not been changed since first reading. The creation of these was modified prior to first reading to include agricultural production as one, but otherwise they have not been modified and they continue to be the guiding principles. And now we're going to go into a summary of the proposed changes since the public hearing. And we're gonna spend the bulk of our conversation talking about subdivisions, which is section 10 in the document that is presented today. We have made some significant changes based on the feedback that was heard at public hearing. In a quarter section designated agriculture district, the maximum number of titled parcels shall be 2, 1 parcel and the remainder. This is a reduction from what was proposed at first and public hearing, but is in keeping with what is in the current MDP. The next point is that Clearwater County may approve an additional subdivision subject to the proposed parcel being redesignated. This was in the previous MDP. This process is a process that is allowed by anybody to apply for a land use redesignation in the Municipal Government Act. So if someone comes forward, even if it doesn't meet the policies of the MDP, they have the right to apply. Ultimately, administration would bring that to council as is legislated, and there would be a recommendation that would say it doesn't meet the MDP. The MDP needs an amendment for this to happen, but it is their right. What is different is that we have added in to a clause that states multi-lot subdivisions consist of 4 lots. That was not in the 2010 MDP. So we have now created a equal playing field for everybody. Essentially, the way it is right now, as proposed, is you can have your 2 lots. Your first parcel out and your remainder. You can apply for a land use redesignation that comes before council and has a public hearing for a third. The 4th and more lots requires an ASP and or an outline plan. All of that exists in the current MDP. The only difference is we have defined for being in need of an MD or an ASP or an outline plan. We have actually clarified the parameters of what exists in the current MDP. And I can answer questions on that if there are some, and I don't know, should I do that now or questions?
Councillor Graham, your light is on, and Deputy Reid Milhoff as well. So maybe if you would, let's, while we're focused on that spot, let's ask a question.
Thank you. So just to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, in 2010, the 2010 Municipal Development Plan, say I own a quarter section. I could subdivide a parcel off for my cousin. And then I don't believe it actually says in there a maximum of 2 titles. So I could subdivide a title off, and then I would come to council and I could subdivide another one for my other cousin. And then I could continue doing that, and I would not need an area structure plan or anything. What was the maximum number in there? Was there one in the 2010 one?
No.
So in theory, I could come, and if council wanted to, they could approve, they could approve 5 subdivisions according to the 2010 document. So what we have done now is I could come and I could take a subdivision off for my cousin, and then I would have to come and I could take one off for my other cousin. But then after that, it's you need to get an area structure plan done, which costs a significant amount of money. And which would also go through the public hearing process and everything. And so it's a lot more restrictive than the 2010 version would have been on parcels out, correct?
Yes, and I will add 2 clarifying points. Right now, you can take out that first one.
Yep.
That second one requires a land use bylaw amendment. And that therefore comes in front of council with a bylaw.
Yes.
And a public hearing. And again, the current MDP allows for that process as well.
The 2010.
But there was no limit on them. And the multi-lot subdivision part had no number set out. So we set out 4 to make it clear so that all applications would have the same process that they would be going through. And actually there is one thing I should add. The difference as well with the last one was that, or the current one, is that fragmented parcels you could also do. Now fragmented counts as one. You do not get fragmentation in addition, and that is again about that equality. I would agree with your assessment that this is more restrictive.
Okay, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So this goes back to essentially takes the old section, the section 10 that was initially in the 2023 draft, and puts it back to the previous section 6 in the 2010, clarifying things and making things significantly more restrictive even than the previous 2010. With the 2010, how many actually came in to do that land designation that has always been allowed? How many actually did it?
No one came to apply.
So even though it was allowed, there wasn't a run on subdivision happening? No. What is the process and the cost of doing that? Minus municipal reserves, because I know that is a cost, but that's based on a per acre amount, so that'd be hard for you to quantify currently.
Yeah.
But there's an application fee, correct?
Yes, correct. So for a redesignation, it depends on what they're rezoning it to, but I believe for a residential parcel, it's $600 to apply for the redesignation, plus there would be the fee for the subdivision as well, which is an additional $600.
Okay. And that can be changed also to potentially make things that much more restrictive if needed.
Yeah, it could be adjusted for sure.
Thank you.
And Councillor Northcott.
Okay, so just for a little bit of clarity here, in the 2010 MDP, how many residential parcels could be subdivided off of a quarter section?
Without a rezoning, 1.
Right, so, and we have seen applications for rezoning, like there was actually just previous, I think it was the last council meeting or the one before, but we had a rezoning of 20 acres for a fish farm, so it was rezoned to.
Yes, correct. Not for as a residential parcel. That
Right,
would
but
be an
but
intense.
it was intensive agriculture.
Correct.
And then later on, that applicant would be able to come back, apply, and then turn that 20 acres into a residential parcel. Right?
No, it wouldn't fit within the size parameters of a residential parcel. So,
Or a rezone back to ag, sorry, I'll clarify that, would it be able to be rezoned from light or intensive ag to just agricultural?
they could apply to rezone it back to
Yeah.
agriculture?
If I can jump in and add, anyone at any time can apply to rezone. We have no ability to say no to that application. We have to process it and bring it to council for council to make a decision with appropriate recommendations based on the legislation and the bylaws that we have to review them against.
And they would have to come with a business case to support the light industrial or the intensive ag or whatever business case that they'd like to have that. So it's not just unlimited residential acreages per quarter then, right? In the 2010?
Well, that's not a residential parcel though, they're applying for something else.
Absolutely, but it makes it sound like in the 2010, it was just unlimited residential parcels.
Yeah, so the
But it's
way
not as one.
that it's written right now is there is the one. But there is a clause that states anyone could come in for a land use redesignation. And so they could have come in for 5 of those, 8 of those. There was no limit. So what we've done by adding the multi-lot is defined as 4 is we've put a cap on that. That cap didn't exist before. It was never utilized, but anyone had the right to do that without a cap.
But in the 2010, it was 1 residential acreage per quarter. Is that correct?
Without getting a rezoning. Section
so-
six,
yep.
6.2.2 in the existing MDP says, except for a first residential parcel and a fragmented parcel, in approving a rural residential subdivision, each proposed parcel shall be redesignated to the applicable country residential land use district. So that's saying that anything outside of that first parcel out or fragmentation, somebody has to come in and apply for a rezoning for that parcel out. So they could apply and under this, if council were to approve it and get a redesignation and subdivision for an additional residential parcel.
Right, and we've seen some of these rezonings come through council. But anyways, I'll just leave it at that.
Continue forward, please, Ms. Armitage.
The other thing that has been changed is a residential parcel in the agricultural district will be no greater than 7 acres unless a larger parcel is deemed necessary to either accommodate an existing residential amenities or to accommodate a subdivision based on fragmentation. This again goes back to the sizes that were in the 2010 MDP. And because these changes have been made, we have also removed the 3-year review of Section 10. We felt that there is no need for that review, given that we've gone back to what was originally proposed. The other main things we did is environmental reserves, which is not Section 10, I have that number cited wrong, my apologies. Reference to bank instead of high watermark per the surveyor, I'm forgetting his last recommendation. We've also gone through Section 2.4 for the jurisdiction of the green area. We have spent more time talking with the province on this one, and Kim has done a ton of work to figure this out. And so we've clarified that development process. We've also, in Section 8.2 and 12.2, we have added language to clarify the camping regulations are intended for commercial, provincial, and or private campgrounds. We are not talking about the residential people who have people camping at their property. And we also did an extensive cleanup to catch small grammatical and spelling corrections, and we worked on formatting, and we did remove and change a couple photos that we had received some comments on not quite being appropriate. So we did all of that. And that is the summary of the presentation we have today, and we welcome any questions and discussion.
Great, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The fragmentation part of Section 10, I mean, it's very clear that I've been against fragmentation from the beginning, but based on the survey results, it showed that the people still wanted fragmentation, and I'm glad that we were able to discuss making the fragmentation requirements significantly more restrictive and added them to the main title value. So fragmentation is not subjective or as subjective as it used to be, making it so that it's not more of a decision of Municipal Planning Commission, it's a decision of the legislation. So I appreciate that verbiage being added in and it being a part of the main title components. As far as the campground and the wording around campgrounds, thank you for clarifying that more. I didn't want, when we do have an enforcement officer, I didn't want them to have to be going out to egg parcels and not allowing people to have family reunions, et cetera, which is currently not allowed within the 2010. You can't have any of that on an egg or a residential parcel. So I'm glad that we clarified that so we don't have somebody going out saying you can't camp on your private property. I do have another question regarding the forest protection area and the conservation of Crown land, 6.2.8 specifically. And is that, I'm just confirming, that is based on the development nodes with that we're already partnering with the province? We're not looking at designating our whole West Country, well, we actually don't even have the power to do that. These are specifically for those nodes.
Can you repeat what section?
Yeah,
6.2.8.
6.2.8, Clearwater County may seek the cooperation of the province to undertake a study, et cetera, for the conversion of Crown land. Just confirming, those are for the development nodes that were already in.
The use of the word may here was very intentional. We are not saying that this will be done at any time. This is something that we may do. And it doesn't specify where. So there could be a new area that comes up in 5 years, and this would allow us to have that conversation that we're not even aware of today. So it doesn't specify just in existing areas.
But the land use bylaw could get more clear on what those areas are.
Like, are you having concerns about
I
like?
just don't want us to be building multi-lot residentials beside Ram Falls.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it would have to be up to the province to essentially
Yes.
want to give up that land, title that
Yeah.
land, and go for a study of where somewhere like that would be appropriate. Out there likely would not be an appropriate place, so, I mean, it'd just be maybe some of the Crown land closer to the already deeded lands that would make sense, but that would be really up to the province, whether they wanted to go forward with additional titled lands, so.
And to me, this clause says if the province comes forward with something, we may have
with
further
them.
discussions, and that might be, you know what, we're not okay with this in this area, we really don't recommend this, and here's why.
But at the end of the day, they could probably do what they wanted anyway. Yeah, thank you.
So this item has a recommendation of considering second reading of bylaw 1132/22. Anybody be willing to make that motion, then we can continue the discussion forward. Sorry, I see a number of lights. Councillor Northcott, are you willing to make that motion?
No, but I did have a comment before that, so if, just before I get too far along here, do you mind if I carry on with my question? It was just at the very start of the presentation for population, there's a continued theme that I always hear, that there's an aging, stagnant decrease in population. I disagree with that. I've talked with other councillors from other municipalities, and a lot of the census that were done by Census Canada were done they were completed through COVID, and they're actually inaccurate. I've talked to councillors that have done independent population census for their municipalities, and they've come back quite different than the ones provided by Census Canada. If I look at lots of soccer groups, 4-H, baseball, daycares, even the healthcare system is, really overpopulated in many ways for the infrastructure we have. Even, just a little snapshot back in history, in 1901, Alberta, I think, had around 73,000 people. Today, we're approaching 5 million. So I don't know if I truly agree with that stagnant population. Edmonton is the second fastest growing city in Canada by population. So it's inevitable that population growth it's going to happen, but I disagree with those statistics. And I guess as far as the MDP here, when you look online, you go on the Clearwater County website, and there's one little thing there that says, what is the municipal development plan? And it states, it provides a long-term vision of the type of community that county residents and ratepayers desire. This draft, I'll say it again, it does not support, for the surveys that were done, the petition that was attempted with roughly 400 signatures on it, the letters, the emails, this truly does not support what the residents and ratepayers desire for this community. What else? It's as far, 6.2.8, that's what it was. Deleting 6.2.8. The West Country, I don't agree with 6.2.8, and I think that could be deleted as an amendment. And it could actually be covered in 8.2.7. the West Country is already small. I know lots of people like to go out there to go camping, quadding, and enjoy the West Country. But on long weekends and stuff already, it gets quite small with the amount of people that go there. So I wouldn't want to support any more urban development in the West Country. So, but I think 6.2.8 could be covered in 8.2.7 and have section 6.2 just deleted. So, sorry for the long-winded comments.
Okay, thank you for sharing your views. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I had written a rant here about all the reasons, the challenges that we face, and the reasons for some of the changes in this MDP. But I think Ms. Armitage and questions around council have made it quite clear that this version is better in defining some of the numbers. It's more clear. It actually restricts the number of acreages that are readily available. So that should satisfy some of the people who are objecting to that. So I would like to move that county grant second reading to bylaw 1132/22 to rescind and replace Clearwater County's municipal development plan.
Thank you very much for that motion. Discussion, I'll go to my immediate right first, Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The draft 2023 restricts fragmentation. It brings clarity to subdivision. It allows for public hearing for aggregate extraction. It allows for more restrictions on campgrounds. We need to be able to get to a point where we can move to the next stage of this, which is the land use bylaw. And if we were to start again, it will cost the taxpayers $500,000, just as a rough estimate, to do this again. This draft is significantly more concise than the previous, and that for those reasons, I will be supporting that motion. None of these are going to be perfect. No municipal development plan will please the entire population, and I believe that this allows for the restrictions where needed. And in speaking with the farmers advocate yesterday, these changes actually are supported by them as well.
And I haven't heard from Councillor Swanson yet, so I'll go to her and then back to Councillor Northcott, please.
Yeah, this has been a long process for both Reeve Lougheed and myself, because we've been doing this now for 3 years, and I believe that, we truly believe that our rural community needs some more opportunities, and we see what's coming down the pipe as far as expansion of Highway 11. That will definitely impact a lot of farmers along that highway, the way I see it. So those small fractionations are not going to be farmable at some point in time, so we've got to allow them different opportunities. So yes, we are limiting to 2 titles. Everyone now has an opportunity to say if their neighbor can apply for a 3rd title, they have that public hearing opportunity. And what I've also learned is that everybody has a vested interest in this, no matter what the outcome. And this is a perennial contentious issue that has been in this county about subdivisions forever. From everything that I can read back 20, 30 years, this is a perennial issue. I would say that in response to the aging population, decreasing population, RMA has done their own census, and they say that the rural population in Alberta is only around 500,000. So yes, the big urbans have the bulk. Going forward, that will be an issue too. Are we becoming a bedroom community to the QE2, whether that be through Red Deer or whatever? I agree that this MDP has, we've listened and we've made those changes, and we now have an opportunity to, like Deputy Reeve Milhoff said, is to move on to the land use bylaw, which started and has stopped, and we need to get on with the details of how we want our community to grow. So that's it. I will be voting in favor.
And Councillor Northcott.
I'd like to make a motion that can we make a motion to amend this draft.
There's a motion on the floor, you can amend his motion.
So I would like to make some amendments to this draft.
One at a time.
Okay, I'd like to remove and delete section 10.2.2.
There's a motion on the floor, so you
Yeah,
have to amend his motion.
You have to amend the motion, which is to grant second reading of this bylaw. So you'll have to,
Would I be able
you
to
can
ask
only
if
amend that
yeah.
motion.
Would
Actually,
you-
I'll look to,
Actually, would you be able to withdraw the motion off the table?
I didn't make that motion, so I can't withdraw it.
Who made the motion? Who made the motion?
I did.
Okay. Can I ask?
Can I ask a question, Councillor
Absolutely, yes,
Northcott?
please. Yes, please.
Would there be any level of amendments to this particular municipal plan draft or revision that you would vote in favor of? If you could just, I don't want to go through the aspect of bringing detail into a whole lot of different areas if you're
Yes.
still going to vote no to it at the end. I just have to clarify that. This is, we are so fortunate to have many people interested in what the proceedings of today is, and I just want to make sure what the end result, what you see as the end result of that being.
So, I've stated that I think this council did have an opportunity to really build a really nice municipal development plan over the last roughly year and a half that really would have truly represented the majority of the residents. And it's not here. It's lengthy, it's wordy, it's contradicting to one another. It's not a nice MDP. But a couple of deletions, to make something that's not great, even maybe just a little bit better, would be to delete 10.2.2 and delete 6.2.8.
I'm going to go to Tracy, because I'm not exactly sure when we have a motion before us, how we go back and amend a whole lot of spots. Can you maybe give us some direction?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So, process would require that there be a motion to amend the motion that's on the floor. And if that passes, then the second motion would be that the motion be amended, that council grants second reading of bylaw 1132 as amended, and then the list of amendments would be made, and then that motion is voted on. And if that motion is defeated, then the Councillor Ratcliffe's motion would still stand
Okay.
to grant second reading.
So thank you for that clarification. So for Councillor Northcott, if you wish to amend the motion of Councillor Ratcliffe then that would be brought back to council for a decision.
Okay, so I ask for an amendment to Councillor Ratcliffe's motion to be able to allow for amendments to the draft MDP.
Okay. Discussion or clarification on that motion. Councillor Swanson, please.
It is, and I'm just looking for clarity. In order for Councillor Northcott to do his amendments, he's looking for, he's going to make the motion to ask for amendments. Should that go through, then, should that not go through, then we revert back to Councillor Ratcliffe's. But if it does go through, then we entertain whatever amendments again, right? Okay, just double check it.
Additional discussion. So, Councillor Graham.
I'm open to discussion to amendments. I don't know that I'll necessarily support them, but I'm open to the discussion, so I will vote in support of this change of amendment of motion, whatever the heck the wording is.
Okay, there is a motion to amend the motion on the table at that moment. So we will, if there's any further clarification on what we're voting on, we can ask those questions. If not, I will call the question, vote on a motion to amend. All those in favor? And those against? That is defeated. So the motion before us is still the original motion by Councillor Ratcliffe. Further discussion on that motion?
Yeah, my light's still lit, so I'm gonna talk then.
Well, you will if I recognize you, and I shall.
Thank you. Thank you. I know this is like,
Might I suggest, if you had those individual spots that you wanted to bring a focus on, do so now. Not necessarily, I mean, that's always an opportunity. Once we understand what you would like to change, that you can certainly garner support for that.
So 10.2.2.
Because I will say that this council has worked repeatedly on numerous amendments, of which you were part of all the way along the line. And now today we're coming at the 11th hour and 59th minute to drop in a few amendments. I have no knowledge of what those might be because they haven't been mentioned before.
Yeah,
So if you can maybe add some clarity, I would certainly welcome that.
you're right, and I voiced my opinions and thoughts throughout this whole process, but yet we're still here with this draft. So I have stated this whole time my thoughts, and the comments that I've got from the residents the whole time, and yet we're still here.
And I have asked the question from you before, what would it take to have you endorse this? And you indicated at that time there is nothing that could be done for you to endorse it.
At this time, if we could amend it and delete item 10.2.2, but that was defeated, right? I would like to have 10.2. It says, section 10.2.1 is pretty good, in my opinion. It says, and it's really representative of the majority of the residents. So in a quarter section designated agricultural district, as per land use bylaw, it says A, the maximum number of titled parcels that are allowed to be created in a quarter section shall be 2. This number includes 1 additional parcel in the balance of or remainder of the quarter section. So I think that, the 2 titles, that represents what we've heard through surveys.
I can put a check mark beside that one.
10.2.1, that would be
Okay, good.
representative.
I'm just getting some clarification.
Now, when we go to 10.2.2, this is where it's contradicting itself. It goes 10.2.2, notwithstanding 10.2.1. Clearwater County may approve additional subdivisions in a quarter section for residential or non-residential, subject to the proposed parcel being redesignated to the designation applicable to the use under the land use bylaw. The land use redesignation must be approved prior to the subdivision application being approved. But the subdivisions is contradictory to 10.2.1. And then there's 10.2.2A, which is not currently in place, but it allows the non-largest agricultural parcel on a quarter section may be entitled to a land use bylaw amendment and subsequent subdivision. So that's even additional subdivisions over and above. So an application within the non-largest agricultural parcel shall be evaluated by council at the time of the land use bylaw amendment. So from everything that I've seen for surveys, residents, discussions, that's not representative, and it does not go to the desires of the residents and ratepayers of Clearwater County. So that's why I'm asking if I could please remove.
Councillor Swanson, and then I'll come to the Deputy Reeve.
Well, thank you for that interpretation, Councillor Northcott. I believe that that is part of our legislative explanation that every title owner in our county has an opportunity to come before council to allow them to create a business through the non-residential use or add a residence We're looking at Highway 11 that are going to impact a lot of residents. So for me, a lot of correction lines are going to fracture some really good farmland. And what are they going to do? Are they going to go over to you know, there'll be some smaller acreages, some larger ones. If we don't have that in there, I'm not about closing the door hard on this, because we don't know what's going to be for our grandchildren and our children that need those opportunities. So this is a clause, in my opinion, that allows those people to come, and we can say no at that point in time through a public hearing, and anyone else is invited to come and say no. So for me, I would say taking it out is really enforcing the fact that this county is not going by the spirit of community, and we need to, like I said, find some economic growth, whether that be through more business, because we all are pro-business, we want some more economic development, whether that be tourism, whatever else. So I am not in favor of withdrawing that clause. I want to keep it in there. I believe it is through the opportunity for, like I say, for those particular residents to come and anyone else to have that fair and equitable conversation in front of council.
And Councillor, or Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I don't think that it doesn't we have received numerous emails and phone calls and on people wanting to have government get out of the way. Numerous ones. Wanting people to have the right to have the choice to do what they want on their land. Albeit restricted, which is what we've done. We restricted the fragmentation ability. We have restricted the ability for people to do as much as the previous draft from previous council. We have restricted it substantially from what was here previously. The Farmers Advocate has made it clear that we need to be able to give the people an opportunity to do what they want with their land within reason. And I believe if not having that clause in there, we open ourselves up to legal question of us restricting people's rights to their own land stewardship. That doesn't mean that they're going to be granted that. They have to have the ability to ask for it. It has to be an option for them to be able to come forward and ask for it. Perfect example, campground, Everdale, in the Everdale area. That person had to have the right to come and ask for that. They weren't granted it. This council denied it. They had to have the right to ask for it. Now, if you were to come up with amendment for 6.2.8, I would absolutely support that. Have it removed.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I actually had a gentleman who was opposed to the first reading because of the parcels out. He sent me an email that he was in favor and he knew that people would not like 10.2.2, but he understood the legalities that we have to have that in there because of the legalities. But because I will say on Friday, I was not happy with what is being proposed today for second and third reading. And then I went down a heck of a MDP rabbit hole on Saturday. It was all of a sudden 3 o'clock in the afternoon and I'd been outside on my deck since 7 o'clock in the morning looking at things. And going through the 2010 version, there were a number of things that made me, realize that this is just like the 2010 version. It is more understandable and more concise to me. And the one thing, 6.2.2, this is from the 2010 version, except for a first residential parcel and a fragmented parcel. In approving a rural residential subdivision, each proposed parcel shall be redesignated to the applicable rural residential land use district. This is also from the 2010 MDP, 4.2.1. Clearwater County shall consider agriculture as the primary use within Clearwater County. However, subject to policy 4.2.4, non-agricultural uses may be allowed on ag land. That to me says that someone, if there's already a first parcel out and a fragmented parcel, I don't know if you have to have the fragmented parcel to come for the land use according to 2010, because I don't understand it as well. And, but you can come and get that change, which is what's in here. So to me, it does represent the 2010 version, which is what I've heard over and over, is we like the 2010 version. And that's truly what our intention is here. I mean, I was sitting in the meeting and that was the intention around the table, was to have the 2010 version. And I think this is so much more understandable and concise. And as has been mentioned, there is a land use, through the land use redesignation process, there's a public hearing. You know, some areas are in favor of subdivisions and some areas are not good farmland. So why not allow those areas to have subdivisions? They're not going to affect farmland, and this enables that to happen. And if one is proposed in your area and you don't like it, you're gonna receive a letter. You're gonna have the opportunity to come and tell us that you don't like it. And I like to think we're a very open-minded council and consider what people say. I guess people would disagree with that sometimes, but for me, it is a good reflection of the 2010 version for parcels out, with a lot of improvements on the 2010 version in other parts of this. But those are just a couple of the policies to me that are a lot like the 10.2.2 in this new version, and I wanted to share my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. I will comment that this has certainly been a lengthy process. It's involved 12 individual councillors. It's involved two different terms of council. It's involved excellent consulting firms to help us through the process. And, you know, I'd like to thank everybody involved, not least of which is the public. The public has given an enormous amount of feedback on this. And I think what we've tried to do is incorporate the bulk of the concerns that we've heard over the last number of months, number of years, into a document that, although I don't think that absolute consensus is ever going to be achievable on a complex document like this, I think we've addressed the bulk of the concerns that we've heard in this draft as well. Sorry, Liz, you'd like to comment? And then actually we got lights all over the place here, but Liz, I'll go to you, and then I'll go to Mr. Emmons, and I see Councillor Northcott's lights on. Yes, we'll work our way around the table.
When I look at 10.2.2, I do believe that it is very much intended to be a clarification on what is in the current MDP. What I may suggest council consider, right now 10.2.1 says you can have one subdivision and your remainder, so you get two. 10.2.2 says approve additional subdivisions. 10.2.9 says 4 lots requires an outline plan or an ASP, which therefore means 10.2.2, you're only allowed to do it for your third one. You're only allowed one land use redesignation before you would need an ASP or an outline plan. May I suggest that adding in the word one, so notwithstanding policy 10.2.1, Clearwater County may approve one additional subdivision. And that adds that clarity to what we were talking about, because that was the intention. This is not about allowing 4, 5, or 6 through a land use bylaw amendment process. Because once you get to 4, you have to go to that ASP outline plan. My suggestion would be that you may want to consider adding the word one into that clause. You would still have to make a motion to amend, but that's outside of my
I would look to, since Councillor Northcott brought this forward, would that be agreeable with you, Councillor Northcott? To have that, would that be more agreeable to you?
Yeah, exactly. Just if we could just run through that one more time here, just to see exactly where we would put this number of 1 in.
Okay, I'll read it from the beginning, and I'll add the word in as I read it. Notwithstanding policy 10.2.1, Clearwater County may approve one additional subdivision in a quarter section for residential or non-residential use subject to the proposed parcel being redesignated. So we're adding in the word one and taking off an S at the end of subdivisions.
Okay.
If we were just to delete 10.2.2, it would still be the same as 10.2.1?
I respectfully don't agree. And the reason for that is that it doesn't address that third process and that land use bylaw amendment process. This provides that clarity. And so if you were going to delete it, then I would suggest there needs to be more amendments to this section made, because it leaves a hole in what happens with that third option or not. And so I would suggest that it's not as simple as just deleting that. It would require potentially more amendments.
Okay, so if we were say, so additional 1 subdivision per quarter, and then in brackets, we could put in there just to reiterate what's in 10.2.1, which could state 2 titles per quarter. Would be able to put
So it would be the third title. You could add a bracket that says third title.
no, but I'd like to put brackets of the 2 titles.
You already have 2 titles from the first one. I'm not sure I'm understanding.
Yeah, so so 10.2.1 says you can have 1 acres per quarter, and with this amendment, if it would be 1 additional, which would be creating 3 titles per quarter, so 2 acreages per quarter. Again, that's not what I've got from the residents. It says it really well in 10.2.1. And then 10.2.2A, that would have to be removed too.
Yeah, so from my perspective, if you remove 10.2.2, there would be additional changes through the section of 10 that would need to be made, because there's this gap of 2 lots are allowed and 4 lots is a multi-lot. And again, this is pulled forward and reiterated from the current MDP. This has always been allowed under the 2010, it is just, nobody has chosen to use it.
And that's what I think is important. This is a carryover or carry forward from the 2010 NDP, which we heard through numerous editions of public feedback that that's what they were more comfortable with, was that. So that's why we're reverting this draft to those provisions that the community, and this is really the will of the community, this is their document, that's what they were comfortable with. So, Mr. Emmons, sorry, your light's been on for some time and I've overlooked it.
No, thank you, Reeve Lahi. Just for clarification of process, as there's currently no motion on the floor, if council...
Well, there's a motion for second reading. So we would have to amend our motion to amend second reading to bring this forward. And it failed, but this could be a new motion to amend based on 10.2.2. Mr. Emmons?
Sorry, yes, just for clarification, they could council could pass second reading, then there could be a motion to amend after that as well, prior to third, just for clarification.
Sure. Yeah.
So there could be a moment with no motions on the floor and a motion to amend.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Mr. Emmons, for that. That's where I was going. I would accept the change to approve 1 additional subdivision as a friendly amendment, but otherwise we seem to be debating amendments that we have already voted not to accept, and that if we can vote on the current motion, then in third reading, there is an option, 1 remaining option for further amendments.
Okay, so I think that may be a path forward. So for clarity, we're going to call the question relating to second reading. And then there is an opportunity for still an amendment within that process. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the motion before us. Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham.
I just wanted, I don't know, I have a lot of things that I want to say. I don't really know which one to go with. But obviously I voted against first reading. I wasn't technically here, but you were all on the computer with me. You know, when we started off this process, I was very opposed to any parcels out of ag land. People who don't know me don't know that I got to sit there and watch all of my future be sold off when my grandpa passed away. And it was land and genetics and cattle that generations of my family had built. So I understand the fears of losing your farm. I've lived through it. I understand how important agriculture is. I consider myself to be quite a little ag nerd and quite a little cow nerd. And I support agriculture with my entire heart. It's been my life, my entire life. Although I do live on an acreage now, I'm still heavily involved in agriculture. You know, then for me, I was very fortunate that despite my ignorance toward the topic, because I was very stubborn and kind of rude about it to some people, people still reached out to me and they still told me, you know, I have one lady who, they have two parcels, or they have two houses, because they lived there when, I'll call them the grandparents lived there. The grandparents passed, the parents moved into the house, and now they have two children. They can't just give one child a house. And you have to be on title to be able to get a mortgage. This house already exists. This house is in trees. It's not in ag land. They rent out their ag land. It's gonna be someone from the family keeping the family together compared to a bunch of renters going in and out of this house. And to me, that makes sense. You know, to me, that's something that I think our entire community would support and agree with. And, you know, it's people like that and people with, they want to do reasonable things that kind of changed my perspective. I still voted against first reading because my division was very against it. We now have made changes to kind of reflect the 2010 version, which is what people asked for. And I think that there are obviously still people who disagree with it, but it gives you the option like I said earlier, there are areas that want to do this and areas that everyone in the area wants to, just subdivide a place off, just one section, and it's not on ag land. And I think that everyone agrees that they support subdivision not on ag land. I know that's what I've heard from people. And we don't have a great way to decide what good ag land is because everyone does agriculture in a different way. And we have incredible producers here who can make the best out of very poor land, and it just depends who you are. And so it allows the opportunity for those areas to grow as everyone wants to happen. We don't want to lose our schools. We don't want to lose our hospital. But areas that are good farmland, and people don't want their neighbors to have subdivisions right beside them, I don't blame you. You can come to the public hearing and say no. And there are also provisions in this document that, it's not to be on the best cultivatable land, and they still have to follow those rules when they come to do an amendment. So I truly believe that we have listened to what people wanted, and for that reason, I will be supporting second reading.
Thank you. All right, any additional comments before I call the Councillor Northcott?
All right. I think I've saved up all my speaking cards for today, so I should have lots in the bank. The 2010 MDP, it's not like everybody thought that thing was great. It wasn't quite as bad as this thing. It really wasn't that good. Back to for the twinning of Highway 11, to Councillor Swanson's comments, that's where the fragmentation policy, I believe, would come in. If there's the highway or roadway, railway, would work for fragmentation. And the discussions of ag land, on poor quality ag land or good ag land, really depends on the weather. I mean, some years when you get no rain, a lower area, man, that grows a lot of grass. And on a really wet year, when you're calving cows, you're doing anything like that or growing cereal crops, the higher areas do better. So it's really a lot to do with the weather patterns. There are a lot of tons of agricultural products that are exported out of this. I don't know, we're lucky to live here. We get, it's not just the soil quality, but the weather patterns that we get here. Yeah, so that's it.
Well, certainly I'll agree with you. We live in a tremendous county, and we have great privileges and options here as well. And I know that this is productive land, and that agriculture is so key to what we do here. And I think we have a document here that finds that balance that we need to have looking into the future. We do know that things will change with time, and going into change with a plan puts us in far better stead than going without a plan. I think time allows us to adjust our plans, and I think that's kind of where we're at right at this moment. Seeing no further comments, I will call the question. Or Councillor Cermak.
Can somebody please clarify what we're voting on?
This would be second reading.
And what is the motion? What does it say? Because we've been saying that we're gonna put a one in someplace and take other ones out.
So just
what are we doing actually?
So just to recap, we had a motion from Councillor Ratcliffe for second reading of, and I forget the actual, Tracy Lynn?
What's the word?
Tracy Lynn has her hand up, so she'll give you the true clarification.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. So the motion on the floor that council needs to vote on is that they grant second reading to bylaw 1132. Now, should there be a councillor who wishes to amend the bylaw before third reading, a motion would be required to amend that bylaw, and then the amendments would be listed. Then council would vote on that motion. And should that pass, then the bylaw would be amended, and then council would there would have to be a motion to grant third reading to bylaw 1132 as amended. So right now, the motion on the floor is to pass second reading as the bylaw is.
And there still would be an opportunity to amend
That's correct.
without a
And-
motion on the floor,
Thank you.
which makes the process much simpler. Okay, Councillor Graham?
Was the one accepted as a friendly amendment to this motion?
I think Councillor
Or we're gonna do that
indicated
next.
that, but I think it's substantial enough that I don't think
Okay.
that can be a friendly amendment.
Okay, I just wanted to
I think it
clarify,
would
okay.
need to come back if somebody was willing to
Okay.
introduce that as an amendment between second and third readings would be the most appropriate process forward. We can get very technical and difficult with procedural items here. That's not the intent. The intent is truly to get clarification as to what we want to have included within our document. Okay? So where we're at right now, second reading, I will call the question. All in favor of second reading? And those opposed? Okay, thank you very much. That is carried. Takes us into the next section. Would anybody be willing to make motion for third reading or an amendment? And I see, first light, I'll go to Liz first.
Administration has reviewed the discussion about 6.2.8, and we see no reason to keep it if council wishes to remove it where it does not cause concern to us.
Okay, so 6.2.8, should we focus on that briefly here, since that was brought forward? And I think Councillor, or Deputy Reeve Melhoff had mentioned that, and I think Councillor Northcott had, so I'll make sure you both get chances to speak to that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I was actually gonna make the motion to remove 6.2.8 as I agree that it is covered in 8.2.7 and is significantly clearer in that particular section.
Okay, so you're making a motion to amend, okay? And Councillor Northcott, I know you had concerns with 6.2.8 as well, I believe? Okay. So Ms. Gillum? No? Yes?
So we're talking about amendments, but I think someone still needs to make an motion to make amendments? Yes? Or not yet? Okay.
So we'll make
Make
my
a motion
understanding
to
is we'll make a number of amendments, and then that will come, we'll see if those amendments are captured within, yes.
We only had to make a motion to amend it because there was already a motion on the floor. There isn't anyway.
Okay.
Parliamentary procedure.
Councillor Northcott, did you have a comment, or Councillor Graham's light is on as well, and
No.
Councillor Swanson too, so.
No comment.
Okay, Councillor Graham?
I don't know if this is already assumed, but I would like to say it if it's not, because I really like the addition of the one. I think that makes it more easy to understand and it's less ambiguous, so I would like to have that as one of the amendments as well for third reading.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments? Okay, would anybody be willing to make a motion for third reading based on the amendments?
Don't we have to vote on the?
Do we have to vote on the amendments? Okay. To amend the draft. Okay. So right now we're going to vote on these amendments to the draft bylaw. Correct? Yes. Okay. Clarity?
Which amendments?
So I believe, do we have to do them one at a time, or can we do the ones as proposed on the screen? Okay. So just give you a second to read those ones. So we're moving 6.2.8 and 10.2.2 is adding the word one in that.
And removing an S at the end of
And removing an end at
subdivisions.
the end of sections, okay. Okay, so clarity on that? Okay, so I will call the question. All those in favor of the amendments? That is carried, thank you. So then, we're moving forward into potential third reading. Anybody willing to make that motion? Councillor Swanson?
I'll make a motion to move third reading. As amended.
Okay.
Third reading of the bylaw 1132 as amended.
Okay. Further discussion on that? I see lights. I'll go to Councillor Northcott first.
Alrighty. I really strongly think that this council passed up an opportunity to really build a nice MDP. If you're gonna do anything, you do it right, and I don't think that this MDP wasn't done right. Like, it just, for the amount of public consultation, the residents, like the large majority residents have not, like, if this was to be redone, in my opinion, there's still an opportunity to be able to defeat this thing and build a municipal development plan that truly represents the desires, again, the desires of the community and the residents of Clearwater County. I could speak all day on this thing, but I think it's very clear what my stance is. This document it's not well written, and municipal development plans do not have to be written this way. I've read other ones that are half the length. They're much easier to read. The letters are 5 times as big, so way less words. And even the impacts on your urban communities. You know, there's lots of discussions about doctor retention, healthcare workers and stuff like that. When you urbanize the rural landscape, it deteriorates your urban municipalities. It takes away grant funding, it takes away residential taxes that are one of the main sources of revenue. And then it reduces the MSI or the LGFF funding for population. You know, in the future, then you have to install, you know, there's lagoons, there's millions and millions and millions of dollars of, like, to be able to tie in maybe discussions of Withrow or Alhambra, to be able to tie them into the Leslieville Lagoon. Those projects are not, those are very financially burdensome to be able to run public water and sanitary to those communities. But I don't support this document. I think it was, I don't support it.
And then, in no way I want to cut you short. Please feel free to, you know, I mean, this is your opportunity to share your thoughts around it. I certainly won't cut you short. This is why we're here. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. No MDP is perfect. It is never going to reflect the wishes of all of the residents. There's no way to gain consensus on a document like this. We have numerous correspondence from people that actually feel that that this document is too restrictive and does not give the landowners the rights and does not get government out of the way. I hear constantly about landowner rights, and this allows them to have public hearing opportunities, a say on aggregate extraction, etc. I also, to start again, would cost the taxpayers significant dollars to start again. I would like us to start digging in to the land use bylaw where we can quantifiably protect agriculture. We can use things like the ag index and soil ratings, and we can quantifiably protect ag in the land use bylaw. We can dig into that, and I believe we should have a steering committee made up of community members to actually drive that. When we get into land use bylaw, let's have the community do it. Let's go out to them first before we even open up the document, find out what they want, and build a steering committee made up of them. But we need to get through this first, and I will be supporting third reading today.
Okay, we have third reading. Or Councillor Northcott, please.
Geez, there's you know, this document, it's a disappointment. There's many families, many residents that have worked for, you know, decades you know, having second and third jobs off of their farm, but they had a strong desire to live in a rural landscape, and they worked their life, you know, to be able to support that lifestyle. They wanted it and they desired, and they worked hard for it in this MDP. You know, it's not fair for those residents and those families that have worked for decades to have that rural agricultural lifestyle, and you know, for this to change. Yeah, there's the residents want to be listened to. There was the the Bucking the Trend conference, you know, for bullying of elected officials and stuff like that. But people want to be listened to. People want to be heard by the people that they elect, and they want to be represented. That's why people are upset. They do not get listened to by whether it's the federal government, lots of times the provincial governments. This is an opportunity for this council to really listen to the people of Clearwater County. There was surveys, it's there. There were surveys. There's been phone calls. The large majority of residents do not support this document. And this council has an opportunity today to really, truly listen to the residents. That's it.
And I will agree with you in many ways, Councillor Northcott. The great many of people that have responded to the proposals of the MDP have not viewed it as positive. But that does not represent everybody. That does not represent the majority of Clearwater County. It represents the majority of people that responded. And I know you've worked hard to make people aware of what's included within this MDP, and I appreciate the efforts that you've done all the way along the line to bring that to the people. But ultimately, we can't force people to come to an opinion on these things. We can only ask their opinion, right? So, and we've provided many opportunities for just that. And so unless there is another way to do that, I don't know how we'd ever be ultimately achievable in consensus on any complex document. Councillor Graham, please.
I know in my area, the parcels out was the big concern, and that's why we've gone to the 2010 approach. It is more concise and easy to understand. No, it's not word for word, but I think especially with the addition of the one in the one area, makes it a lot more concise again. And I also believe that generations of families that have farmed here should be able to stay together. It's important to build that community. If we have people who are selling off their farms and we have, you know, I'll say the Hutterites, for example. If the Hutterites come in and buy the county, we lose community. That's why I love living here, is because of the community. I love that I can walk down, I can go to the block party in Leslieville, for example, and I see people who I grew up with, and you know, it's the community, and everyone's just happy there, and everyone's kind to one another, and that's what I love about living here. And it's happening all over Alberta. Small family farms are selling out, and large farms are coming in and buying that. You go from having a family to having one family taking over 10 family farms. And you lose communities with that happening. And I don't want to, ag is of the utmost importance to me. I don't know how else to say that. My family's been here for 5 generations building this community. I want to see this community be the best it can be. And it's, we need to keep families together, and we need to keep community. And I truly don't believe it's going to change the landscape of our county. I don't think there's going to be a million of these coming in. It's about community and families staying together. And yes, agriculture is an extremely important part of that. And I will be supporting third reading.
Thank you. And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Very well said, Councillor Graham. Yes, the family farm is under threat on many fronts, like you say, and a few acreages isn't part of that people need to have those options. I heard from a number of people who left the public hearing because they felt intimidated by the atmosphere. So to me, those numbers are a little questionable. And I don't know what the latest count is, but I believe that the letters, the messages, phone calls we got were more in favor of the previous version than those opposed. And I believe that's more accurate representation because people had no reason to not respond. Pardon me. So I think we have listened to the community. We have taken out that contentious third parcel. We need to move on with the process of updating our associated documents. And the world is changing around us. We need to keep up and make it easier. Anyway, for all that, I will be supporting third reading.
And Councillor Swanson?
It seems that we, questionable about our population in our county, which hovers around 11,000, give or take, couple hundred, whatever it is. If we're growing, then we haven't even we've heard from a very small percentage of the people in our county. So I believe that everyone residing in our county counts, whether they've spoken to this or not, because that's who have really put us in these seats. And I know myself, I've campaigned on the growth of this county, and I know everyone around this table, this room here understands that we are listening, we are open, we've been available for, like as said, through this public engagement process for a lot of years. And we have the opportunity with the drop-in with the counselor, we have the opportunity at these public engagements. Our phones are there, our emails are there, and we have been getting calls and emails from everyone. So I will be supporting this third reading. We need to move on, and I agree with the Councillor Graham and Councillor Ratcliffe in those regards. And yeah, the land use bylaw is next, and that is where we can specifically pinpoint the areas that more people would like input on.
Well, I'll speak very quickly here just as I move back further down the line. I'm going to take away any uncertainty of way I'm voting. I will be voting in favor of third reading. I think even up to the last minute here, we've been able to find things that are important to each individual, to the community, and incorporate them in this draft. And I think that's indicative of being receptive to the community's needs. And I think that's been the process all the way through the line, and I do appreciate all the efforts that went into making this the best it can be. Councillor Northcott?
Definitely requesting a recorded vote, and I don't know if it'd be possible to be able to have the second reading that had been voted on, if we can.
So just for your comfort, all our meetings are live streamed and recorded. They are essentially always recorded votes. Anybody can review them at any time. Recorded votes really had the origins when meetings were held outside of a recorded or a video recorded thing, but all our public meetings are live streamed for transparency, and previous council thought that was very important. Since that time, the real need for recorded vote, but I mean, absolutely, we can, if you've asked for a recorded vote, so it shall be.
Yeah, and just to get a little bit of, it's recorded on the live stream, absolutely. However, it's not recorded on the documents, but when you ask for a recorded vote.
Well, it'll be recorded in the minutes.
Because it'll either say carry or defeated, but if you ask for a recorded vote, then it'll show in the written minutes. Is that correct?
That's the idea of that recording element. Again, absolutely. Our minutes only reflect, they are not a ongoing transcription of everything that's said. Our minutes are a summary of motions typically. So that's, I mean, just as part of the education process, that's exactly what that's about. Okay, we're at the point, Councillor Cermak.
Yes, you haven't heard from me yet today, so
Yeah.
I would like to elaborate a little bit on what Michelle and Jen said. this document, the MDP, and this is an analogy of me looking on this as a councillor. MDP, I look as a destination of where we want to go in this county. I think the LUB is the more important document. That's the vehicle of how we're going to get to this destination. This is important. I won't be voting for it, but I think the LUB is a more important document to save agricultural land, not the MDP. That's my say.
Thanks, Councillor Cermak. So with that, I think we've heard from everybody, and I will call third reading. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. And with that, we shall go to break. We'll be back at 12:45, please. Welcome back, everyone. We continue through our agenda. Item 6.1, we're done with that. We'll move to item 7.1, which is CAO office, and that's invitation to participate in the Alberta Air Tour 2023.
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. Good afternoon, Council. And as Reeve Lahid introduced, this is the agenda on the invitation to participate in the Alberta Air Tour 2023. The staff recommendation is that Council jointly participates in the Alberta Air Tour's stopover at the Rocky Mountain House Airport on August 26th, 2023, and approves a budget reallocation in the amount of $500 by decreasing contingency and increasing economic development transfer to individuals or organizations to fund the event. So the background for this agenda: this summer, the Alberta Air Tours is scheduling a stopover with approximately 35 to 40 pilots at the Rocky Mountain House Airport on August 26th. Clearwater County is invited to jointly participate with the town of Rocky Mountain House by welcoming pilots and visitors, operating a visitor information booth, and contributing $500 for a breakfast. Alberta Air Tours started in 2020 by a small group of aviators, is a non-profit organization with a mission to inspire and educate the public on general aviation and to help promote the benefits of small community airport to the local economy. As noted on its website, Alberta Air Tours has been recognized and given an award for innovation from the Canadian Owners and Pilots Association for the above noted reasons. Innovation engagement, giving back to local communities, promotion of aviation, aerospace through community engagement. The Alberta Air Tour concept has something special indeed, and we could make a lasting impression for many Albertans on the positive benefits as well as dispel the stigmas surrounding our community. Council participated in the 2021 Alberta Air Tours stopover, organized and hosted by the Rocky Chamber of Commerce and Alberta Aerobatics Club, and approved $2,000 in funding for the event's charity barbecue. Thank you, Reeve Lahid.
Thank you. Discussion of this item. Councillor Ratcliffe, your lights
Thank you.
alive?
This event will be open to the general public as well. They're invited?
It is, yeah.
Excellent. This sounds like fun. I'd like to make a motion that the council participate with the town of Rocky Mountain House in the Alberta Air Tour stopover on August 26th, and that we approve a budget reallocation in the amount of $500 by decreasing the contingency and increasing the economic development transfer to individuals, organizations to fund the event.
Thank you for that. I will just mention that I had a virtual meeting with MLA Getson a little while back, and he was very supportive of this air tour and outlined the benefits of that, and I'm excited that that's coming to our region for a stopover, so I'll certainly be supporting this motion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Yeah, I just echo all of those things. I also think it's a great opportunity to show solidarity with the town, and I welcome that opportunity. And are we actually cooking breakfast? No, because I'm like, are we flipping pancakes? I need to make sure I bring in my apron. So if that is needed or they need help somehow, hopefully they'll reach back out, but I will be supporting this motion as well.
Additional comments, questions? We do have a motion before us then. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Brings us to our reports section. I'll go to Mr. Emmons first for the CAO report.
Thank you again, Reeve Lahid. So the May 9th, 2023 CAO report. Council is invited to attend Clearwater County Ag and Community Services Annual Education Agricultural Tour, abbreviated EAT, for grade 4 students on May 11th. Approximately 278 students will visit 4 farms in the county where they will learn about horse care, soils, crops, and forage, bees, sheep, and composting, raising beef cattle, and 4-H skills, dairying, nutrition stations, and veterinary work. Should councillors wish to attend and receive remuneration, a motion would be required.
Okay, discussion on that. Councillor Swanson?
I would be pleased to make a motion that any councillors so wish to attend to receive remuneration on that day. I also believe that the EAT program, I think once the students go through it 1 year, they would like to come back and do it again and again. It's such a great program for our community. So this is a great introduction, and I think it's a great opportunity for our council to engage with the kids and the area, the farmers that are hosting as well. So I would make that motion for councillors wishing to attend.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve, and I would echo that. I am also scheduled to, I'm teaching the first aid and safety booth for the EAT tour. So I'm very much looking forward to being a part of it. I attended last year just as a counselor going around, and I'm very excited to be a part of it this year. So looking forward to it.
Super. Any further discussion? All those in favor then? And that is carried. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Lloyd. Council is invited to attend the Rocky Museum's 40th anniversary celebration on May 27th. Educational activities and demonstrations of what life was like for our pioneers start at 10 a.m. Cake cutting follows at 1 p.m. And then MP Gerald Soroka will present an anniversary certificate at 2:30. Should councillors wish to attend this event and receive remuneration, a motion would be required.
Discussion, Councillor or Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Again, this is an opportunity for us to celebrate a gem within our community, and I'd happily make that motion.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. And again, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. The Recycling Council of Alberta's Circular Economic Conference takes place October 18th to the 20th, 2023 in Lake Louise. Conference topics include extended producer responsibility, circular economy, packaging, organics, chemical recycling, innovation in First Nations communities, recycling measurement, and accountability. And again, should councillors wish to attend and receive remuneration, a motion would be required for this.
Okay, discussion, Councillor Swanson.
It seems that that particular date has got many things going on. The 13 Ways Leadership Camp, this Recycling Council of Alberta Conference, and again, the Summer Village. So whatever the councillors so wish to attend in this particular conference, I would so move.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. And next, please.
2023 graduation ceremonies in Clearwater County are scheduled as follows. June 8th, Visions West Outreach School, 4 p.m. The 28th, West Central High School, 1 p.m. June 28th, David Thompson High School, 2:30. June 28th, St. Dom's at 1:30. One counselor per high school is authorized to attend. The next item, the Rural Health Professionals Action Plan will host an online session on May 18th at 11 a.m. to discuss College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta role in physician recruitment and how the CPSA is working to accelerate registration for eligible internationally trained physicians. Should councillors other than Councillor Melhoff, who is appointed to the Health Professionals Engagement Team, wish to attend and receive remuneration, a motion would be required.
Discussion. Councillor or Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I do believe that this will be very valuable, and it's going to be a huge role in our advocacy in the health field. So anybody that wanted to attend, obviously I encourage them to do so. My question is, do I have to sign up individually, or are you able to register me for that? Thank you so much.
Okay, anybody else wishing to attend? We would need a motion for that, to that effect. How about I just make the motion that councillors interested in attending may indicate an expression so and yeah. Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Cermak.
What else is on that day, the 18th? I've got something down in my book, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Pardon? Rocky Seniors. Thank you.
Okay, with the motion before us then, all in favor? And that is carried.
And last item, the town of Rocky Mountain House has provided their monthly report on the airport operations attached to this report for your review.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I have a question with regards to airport shop. Because this is the first time I've actually seen a report like this, I don't know what the shop is working as expected means.
Mr. Emmons?
As they are managing partner, I would suggest that it's functioning as intended.
Just really vague. I know it's not your document, it's really vague.
And I have no hands-on experience with the Rocky Airport. I'm sorry, Deputy Reeve.
No problem. Thank you.
And I will say this is the first time I've seen one of these reports as well, so it's quite interesting to see the detail that's there and be a little bit better well apprised of the activities of the airport.
I agree.
Do we need any? So I think with that, all we really need is a motion to accept this. Oh, Councillor Cermak, please.
Yes, with the Rocky Airport, when is our next meeting scheduled for that?
The ICC.
Sometime in the next couple of months, I think.
I believe it is June, Councillor Cermak. It comes to the ICC.
Okay. I think I'm on that board.
I think it'll probably only be ICC members, I think. So right now, of course, the airport, or issues around the airport are brought to the ICC. And then there may be something that comes back to council if there's a decision that needs to be made. But other than that, that's the process forward in the, with the new airport agreement coming into play, that it will be managed through the ICC. And then any issues that require a budget or a change of policy or will come to the respective councils at some point. Is that helpful?
Sure,
Okay.
thanks.
So I'd probably be looking for a motion to accept the CAO report for information. Councillor Graham, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Councillor reports, and I'll go to, actually I'll go to Councillor Swanson first. You guys know I'm gonna go to one end to the other, so I know you're always prepared.
No worries. It was, some of us went to the Bucking the Trend Symposium in Edmonton on April 27th, 28th. Very interesting to hear the speakers and the panel start that conversation, and I'm looking forward to the 2.0 in that regard. Also attended the Alberta Community Crime Watch Prevention Conference. Councillor Melhoff and I went to the pre-conference workshops, and I'll let her speak to her workshop. Mine was on the rural crime, and our speaker was actually from Sussex. And it was very interesting to note his experience being on the rural crime. They can have, what did he say? He said 1.2 million in the rural, and he said there's only a couple guys that are actually on duty to be, are part of that policing of that. So he said their biggest issue was the theft of machinery. He said to the point of up to 200 units a month. This is just in the last 4 months. He said and these are tractors and excavators that were actually getting stolen and shipped to other Eastern Europe countries because of the war that have destroyed some of these machinery, and some of the farmers were needing that. So a big market on that. Learned about fly tipping. Fly tipping is about dumping garbage in the ditches there, and because of the strictness of their solid waste, it is up to the farmer then to pay to get that disposed and do any other remediation or cleanup. And the other interesting crime there is called hare coursing. Hare as in a rabbit, H-A-R-E. And what it is live on live streamed betting. And they turn loose a couple of greyhound dogs that in turn chase these rabbit, and people are betting, and this is going through people's properties, breaking down gates, going through fences, going through crops, going through animals. And anyways, it was very, he said that's hard to control. So we have our own crime issues, some of it very common, but at the end of the day, it was interesting to hear that some of their issues. Overall, it was a great conference, well attended by the rural, I would say a lot of rural elected officials, and learned a lot. And that, been with you all in regards to the broadband committee after that, which is also live streamed, and here we are today. That's it.
Great, thank you. Questions for Councillor Swanson? And I shall move to Councillor Cermak, please.
Thank you. I attended the 2023 CPAA conference in Nisku with Councillor Graham and Councillor Radcliffe. That was a very interesting planning 3 days. The speakers were fantastic. I couldn't get over how they expressed the planning, and the thing that I took away from just about every one of the speakers was that if you want business and more people to come to your municipality, rural or urban, you gotta lessen the amount of land zoning we have. I think in the county here, we have 20+ different land zones. They said if you can get it down below 10, you can get people interested and they want to come and move into your area. Be a little more general and be a little bit more flexible. Don't be so rigid, be more welcoming. I really did get that across. And the other thing that I was not impressed with was that as a rural planners, we were outnumbered at this conference by the urbans. It was probably 70-30 urban. They give some great insight into it and everything, but we need to lessen the amount of zones in our planning that we have. And just decrease the amount of bureaucracy that businesses have to, the hurdles they have to overcome to get land dedicated to do a business or to come to our, we just need to be more welcoming that way. I think we had about 8 or 9 speakers, and that was the main theme to every one of them that I gathered out from it. And that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Questions for Councillor Cermak? Well, I may just have to comment that I've heard that too as well, that we want to be a more welcoming area, and you know, it is difficult to find that balance for sure, and especially when we're, as we learned in the Bucking the Trends conference, there is a general distrust of change, and I know we have to find that balance. So I appreciate the comments. Councillor Radcliffe, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Eve. Yes, I attended the Bucking the Trend conference as well with other councillors. And I came away with a few things I'm going to relate. And this is a question that often happens to politicians, is why am I getting yelled at? So another comment that I took note of was that if we limit ourselves to only digital communications with the public, that we're really not getting the message across, that we have to keep doing what we're doing. And another item was, these are the things that a community demands from local government. And this is to maintain trust. So accountability, clear, complete responses, function, not dysfunction, transparency, and of course, they want the information now. So that was an interesting conference. I also attended the CPAA conference, as Councillor Cermak already mentioned. And some of the statements that were made there were to have flexible regulations, to try and be less rigid. I think he called it be gray instead of just black and white, but also to be risk takers and bold and agile. That plans and regulations should enable all aspects of living. Municipalities are a corporation. We sell municipal services, and we should think of this from a business aspect. But also that when it comes to planning, in particular, that we should be solution seekers. We need to unleash innovation and let the people who do that build our communities, which all comes back to less regulation. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Well, I shall pass the talking stick to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll just touch on some of the things that I didn't attend with you all, and I'll send you a synopsis of some of the other stuff. I attended the 4-H barbecue. I attended this personally, but I thought it was of note to let you guys all know and to thank the PV Mart for actually allowing the 4-H group to have a barbecue there. Amazing fundraising opportunity, and it was great to see the community come out and support such a great organization. The Alberta Community Crime Prevention Conference, amazing. Like, I have like a page of notes to send you guys, so hopefully you guys are prepared for that, because I thought it was great. I took the pre-conference, I took youth diversion. It was a day long and fascinating, and how we as a community can empower our officers to work with youth diversion, because a lot of our officers obviously come straight from depot. We have some first-time officers, and they don't actually know what's available for youth diversion within our own communities. So it makes it really hard for them to actually do parts of the code when they actually don't know where they can send people. For example, if they do a section 6, and I have it all written down for you, but a section 6 of the code, they don't actually have to charge the person, but can ensure that they do community service to a church group, to the municipality themselves, to any number of organizations. And if they do a section 10, pre or post charge can require them to do community service as well, so they actually learn rather than just detention or sentencing or something. There's actually, hopefully a crime meets the punishment type of situation. A whole day, ton of information. I'm really hopeful that we can work together as a council and our administration to compile a list of what those diversion tools may be for the officers that are coming in. K-Division actually has now appointed somebody to this role for rural specifically, because the cities have gotten really good at how to manage youth diversion. In rural, we're not as good at it. We have the tools in place, but they're all siloed. They're not all compiled in one place. So hopefully we can do that very thing and be prepared for when that guy from K-Division comes down to present to our detachment. We can have a list of, these are all the places you can divert to, because we have them, I'm told. It just is important for us to know how to give them the tools all in one place. So I'm really hopeful that that's something that as administration we can work towards. And we had a health engagement meeting, hospital update. So this one changed a little bit with the fires as well. So I'll give you kind of an idea of everything that happened. We are short RNs and now LPNs, and we're short 4 GPs. They are all being posted. It's just really hard for us to get people out here. Predominant barrier is housing. We don't have affordable housing for new grads, and that's one of the biggest issues that we have. We don't even have good housing for students that are coming into our community, and that's how you recruit most people. They come, they do their practicum here, and if there's nowhere for them to live, then they're not gonna look at it as a long-term solution. The hospital update during the fires, when Drayton Valley Hospital was evacuated, Rocky Mountain Hospital accepted 15 of those patients. And in doing so, accepted the nurses that were tied with those patients. I believe that is has settled out now over the last couple of days. I'm waiting for an email to determine what else they needed. Those nurses literally had to evacuate with nothing. They had their scrubs and like their personal backpack they took to work. They couldn't go home. They couldn't get any of their stuff. They had to get on the ambulance with their patient and head here, and were not allowed to go back. So as a team, we were compiling things like shampoo and like more scrubs and like the personal stuff, because they weren't even allowed to leave. So we were working through that, and as a team, we made sure that that happened, and I'll let you know if that is still required. I'm waiting to hear back. RPAP had a huge update. I'll link it in my report. And PCN did a presentation for us that night as well. And they're different than most PCNs in the province, because most PCNs have multiple clinics to come to get funding from. We have one clinic to get funding from, but yet they're serving all the patients of Clearwater County, or people, patients for me, they're serving all the people of Clearwater County, but are potentially being doctored in Sylvan Lake or Sundre. And their funding is based on who doctors within the clinic that they support. So their funding is, they're struggling with that funding model. It is something that we brought up in November when we spoke with the health minister, and hopefully that's something that it looks like help is coming with the PCN changes, but hopefully they roll out the same way that they're being presented. And I will send the rest of, there's several other days worth of information, but I'll send it to you in my report so that you don't have to listen to me drone on. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Any questions? I shall pass the stick to Councillor Northcott, please.
Excuse me, everybody. I guess back to one comment on Councillor Cermak's for planning. I suppose if it's rezoning and stuff like that. I don't know, really in this county, even if there's things that aren't desired by the residents, if there's things that are maybe suitable for land use or practicable for land use, just about everything that ever comes through here I always see get approved. So I don't really know if there's much for bureaucracy here. Just about everything I've ever witnessed gets stamp of approval. So yeah, the Bucking the Trends conference thing that we attended, Ian McCormick's not a bad presenter. Don't really know the guy, but he didn't do too bad for as far as presenting. But the overall intent of the conference there wasn't overly impressive to myself. So I don't think I would attend that again. And yeah, that's it.
Great, thank you. Questions for Councillor Northcott? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Not a direct question, but there's many applications that don't even come to us that they get not approved down in administrative level, and they don't even get brought to us. Just as an aside.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please. Don't know where my mind's going, but it's going somewhere. I'll squeeze this for
It could be those sleepless nights before council meetings. Councillor Northcott, you were on the, I can't think of the group. It's a rural opportunity. Community Futures.
Community Futures, yes.
Do we have any information on what they're working on, what's happening, how that affects us?
Councillor Northcott?
So Community Futures is, yeah, basically an organization that it's 100% funded by the federal government. It offers a little bit higher interest rate loans to individuals that would maybe like to start, for instance, a food truck, a hair salon, a daycare, or something like that. So if residents, they also did look after distributing some of the funds through COVID and stuff like that for business assistance. But yeah, if people are interested in, getting loans to be able to start a new business, yeah, be able to, research and contact Community Futures, if that helps.
Have there been any significant awards in our county?
There's the lists of businesses that have come through there is quite long. There's I can't think of any right off the top of my head, but there's things like daycares, nail salons. Some of them are Red Deer because it's Central Alberta Community Futures. So I have seen some local businesses on some of the applications and stuff like that. I just don't know if I want to reveal, like, you know, I don't know if it's appropriate to be able to say their business names and stuff like that, so I'll just maybe refrain from that for right now, but I have seen some local businesses from Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County on there, so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. That's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I shall pass the talking stick to Councillor Graham, please.
All right. We attended many things together. I had a Rocky Library Board meeting. That was good. We didn't have quorum last time, so it was a bit of a lengthier meeting for that board. So we got everything handled though. A couple of things that I took away from the Bucking the Trend conference were to listen with empathy, to ask questions, to understand why people are saying what they're saying, and to remember that everyone's different. So what may feel like someone very aggressively speaking to me, that could be just how they speak to each other and their family, and they're not being aggressive. So to kind of keep all of those things in mind when you're communicating with people. And the Planning Association conference was great. The history of planning, I think all three of us really enjoyed that. That was really interesting, and how cyclical the whole thing is, really. I had a Rocky Rec Board meeting and an industry crime meeting. Nothing really to report back from those two committees. And then yesterday I had a Condor and Leslieville area structure plan meeting, and I look forward to council getting to see the final result of that committee, and that's been a great committee to be on. So, and if we have any in the future, I would recommend anyone goes on them. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Questions for Councillor Graham? Councillor Cermak, please.
Not a real question. I forgot to mention it. What did you think of our president of the RMA and his speech that he did, Paul McLaughlin? Can you enlighten us a little bit?
I would love to. I personally love listening to Paul speak. I think he's so charismatic, and he, you know, I don't know, he's been involved with politics for quite a while now, so he really understands most things. I thought he represented us incredibly well. I don't remember what he said. He's not a biologist. But he's trained in solar and renewable energy and stuff. So it was really interesting to have that rural perspective with that educated knowledge, and to kind of, you know, let the urban people know. The representative of AM or AUMA, whatever the heck we call them now, was there as well, and it was, you could see the two of them kind of go back and forth, which was fun. But I think Paul represented the rural municipality so well, as he always does, and I could listen to him talk all day. I think he's quite comedic. So does that answer your question? Okay.
You hit it right on the nail. I thought he was very diplomatic how he put the UMA, how he worded it, that we are pretty important in the scheme of Alberta.
Yeah.
And not that urbans are is the important part. Like they think that they are, or they try to think that they, he was so diplomatic about it and such a great speaker.
Great, well, thank you. I think that brings it to me, and I will confer that one of the perks of being a councillor is actually hearing a diverse group of people speak to you, and really bring those stories, bring that experience, and hopefully we take something back and something away from those attending these conferences and hearing those speakers. I think it's so good. In fact, I'll just mention that the Bucking the Trends symposium, I think it felt like most of those people were speaking directly to me and sharing an experience that I've shared as well. So I thought it was entirely appropriate way to spend a day and a bit there. And I think good takeaways from that hopefully makes us more aware and able to help our community through a difficult time as well. So I appreciate the efforts that council did attending that course as well, or that symposium as well. Councillor drop-in session, I didn't have a lot of customers that day, but did get a chance to talk through a number of issues with a number of people too, so it was time well spent as well. I'll just look through the list here. Lots of notes around bucking the trends. But I will say, kind of, I guess some of the highlights of the time here was I was invited to the Asokiwan Friendship Center along with Deputy Reeve Melhoff. I got a chance to bring greetings on behalf of Clearwater County. We call it Red Dress Day, but it's truly murdered and missing Indigenous women and gender diverse. A moment to really hear those stories and talk to individuals that have been deeply affected by that. And it's such an honor to stand and walk with several hundred other people through the streets of Rocky Mountain House to really bring an awareness of that issue as well. Then another great moment was I was invited to speak at the Rocky Legion's salute to veterans, as well as commemorating the victory in Europe as well. So it was great to hear those stories and be part of that group. And I think as those events of the past become more distant, I think it's great that we hear those stories and that we recognize that even today our armed forces are contributing to world stability through peacekeeping and really just marking the sacrifice that generations of people have made to keep our country and enjoy the freedoms that we do today, and we need to recognize those efforts. And I think that's it for my report. I would look for a motion to accept Councillor Reports for information. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. I know we have a 1:30. There's only a couple points left on this agenda, so maybe we can run through those quickly while we're still live and going. Number of correspondence items. Is there any of those correspondence items that anybody would like to put a particular spotlight on? Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to mention that we are receiving accolades from the Public School Boards Association of Alberta in honor of your significant contributions to public education. Clearwater County is a special contribution to public education nominee. And how amazing is that we are being recognized by, at a provincial level for our contribution to local education and the education of our youth. So just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that spotlight there. Councillor Northcott, please.
Actually, I guess this will go back to Councillor Surmat's comment just a little bit earlier about bureaucracy for zoning and stuff like that. There's actually a letter here for the one resident that had wrote a letter and had concerns about the wild boars. But again, there's very little bureaucracy or really red tape or anything like that. Red Deer County had banned wild boars. They're known to have many diseases, be quite destructive on the agricultural community. Mountain View County banned them, but yet they're still okay here in Clearwater County. But I just wanted to voice that I do understand this resident's concerns that Clearwater County should ban wild boars because of the impacts that they can have on the area. So, also, Ms. Cole, Marianne Cole, her letter, I think was very well written. And yeah, just to thank her for the efforts that she puts in to represent so many of the residents of the community. That's all.
Thank you. Any additional spotlights on correspondence? Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, to the wild boars, we have a pretty good not to infringe on that. People can bring in wild boars, but it's under great control. And the county of Red Deer does have one wild boar farm. They do raise the wild boars that come to our wild boar station. We only have one. It's on Highway 22, and it's for the veterans to hunt. And they are only brought there on the day that they hunt, and they do not leave there alive. And they are only brought in the amount that are to be shot in our county. And it's all with bow. And it's in a captured area, and the fencing is very strict. I've been to it. And they do get it from the county of Red Deer is where they raised them. None live in the county as of yet.
Any, okay, I guess we're, go ahead, please.
No, just this resident has concerns about these wild boars, so I think it's well spent time to discuss this, but as far as Red Deer County, I don't think you can just randomly have wild boars throughout the county. It's restricted to that production facility or whatever. But I think in Clearwater County, the way I understood that presentation before is if anybody wants wild boars, they can kind of get them anywhere they want them. It's not restricted to that one property.
They have to apply. And all the restrictions are in place for that. It's not that you can just, it's not like a cow. Like on my farm, if I want to bring a cow in from Fort St. John, I can bring one in. Nobody in this county can bring in a wild boar without going to the county first.
Yeah.
That is a restriction, at least that's what I get from Matt Martinson.
So if I might add, from my understanding, we have a very good management program with that. We didn't just put up a sign saying no boars allowed. That isn't our management program. Our management is working with producers and controlling this and making our policies approachable so people aren't trying to sneak something in or do something on the outside of what would be reasonable assumptions of animal husbandry and control, and working together with producers, because where do you draw the line? Somebody has a hybrid pig that has some wild boar blood in it. Where do you draw the line? And then maybe I don't like your kind of cows, you don't like my kind of cows, now we got a problem. We want to start restricting livestock. So I think our approach to it is a very active approach, and I think that has worked well for us, as opposed to those other municipalities that really had nothing other than put up a sign and say, don't do that, and have no active management plan. Additional questions? Again, I'd be looking for a motion to accept Councillor Reports for information. I think that's where we're at, or did somebody make that?
I think
We were at correspondence.
Oh, sorry, correspondence, sorry. Were there any highlights of correspondence? Then if not, I would look for a motion to accept correspondence for information. Councillor Ratcliffe, hand I saw first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Brings us down to, closed session. Notices of motion. Oh, okay, I might have missed that. Notices of motion. Would there be any notices of motion? Seeing none, I guess, oh, sorry, I'm seeing no? Okay. Nope, no notices of motion. So then our next item is in closed session. I believe, do we have online component or no, in-person component? Okay, that's great. So I look for a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Ratcliffe was first hand again. All those in favor? And that's carried. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for rejoining us after our closed session. We will have a number of motions coming out of closed session. Would anybody be willing to start us off there? Councillor Graham, please.
I would like to make a motion that council approves and endorses for signature by the Reeve and Deputy Reeve the written May 2022 to April 2023 Chief Administrative Officer Performance Evaluation for Rick Emmons and a merit increase of 4%.
Thank you very much. Discussion on that? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I think that brings us to the end of our agenda today. We have one final motion left, and it's become a tradition that I look to Councillor Northcott, so won't break tradition today. Thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. This has been a watermark day for Clearwater County. Please keep our firefighters and our people that are forced out of their homes in your prayers, and we'll talk to you soon.